Declaro abierta la
The 9th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address now by His Excellency Mohammed Yunus Menfi, President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency Annalena Baerbock, President of the 80th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Libyan people, I congratulate you on the 80th anniversary of the establishment of the United Nations. It remains one of the greatest pillars of the international order, one of the beacons of multilateralism over the history of humanity. We appreciate the holding of this session under the theme Better Together, 80 Years and More for Peace, Development and Human Rights. These are principles that we firmly believe in, principles that we are consolidating at the national, regional and international levels. As we celebrate this global anniversary, we're also celebrating the 70th anniversary of Libya joining the United Nations. It was the culmination of the struggle of the Libyan people when Libyans raised their voices in this hall, demanding freedom and independence following decades of colonization. The organization heeded this urgent call and adopted the historic resolution that led to the independence of Libya in 1951, reaffirming thereby the right of peoples to self-determination. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today representing the will of a people that is still holding on to hope, still believing in its ability to build a stable and prosperous future. Libya is not a zone for fighting. It's not an arena to settle scores or a place to which crises can be exported. It is a nation rich in natural resources, a cohesive society with young people that have tremendous potential. They are the backbone to build a modern state. Since the very beginning, Libya's relationship with the United Nations has been based on partnership and mutual respect. And today, at this critical juncture, we look to the United Nations to play an effective and complementary role as it supports us to overcome this crisis towards stability and democracy. Despite the challenges, despite the threats, our people firmly believes that its experience, its society, the diverse society, its noble history will allow it to stay strong and overcome any crisis. But let me be honest with you. In Libya, multiple models and traditional mechanisms have been exhausted. They have not matched the complexity of the social and political situation. They've adversely affected the trust of Libyans in the proposed solutions. We all now bear a collective responsibility to reconsider these methods and to avoid temporary solutions and narrow understandings that only perpetuated the crisis. We firmly believe that any solution that does not restore the national ownership of the political track, any solution that is not derived from the free will of the Libyan people, would be destined to fail, as we've seen in the past. In this context, we present to you a clear political vision based on 4 pillars. First, fully restoring national sovereignty and rejecting all forms of foreign interference, no matter what form it might take and no matter the justifications. Second, reaching an inclusive national consensus. To achieve an inclusive national consensus, I call for holding a sincere and comprehensive dialogue held in Libya with the participation of all stakeholders without exclusion. Third, uniting the sovereign institutions, most notably security, defense, and financial institutions, according to professional mechanisms without polarization and without setting quotas. Fourth, ending the transitional period through a clear constitutional basis, through free and fair elections, allowing Libyans to freely choose who would rule them without tutelage, without an imposition from external actors. Ladies and gentlemen, as we fulfill our political responsibility, and despite the challenges, we were able to maintain the highest level of stability. We were able to prevent a relapse into violence. We stress that the blood of the Libyan people is a red line. The territorial integrity, sovereignty, and social cohesion of Libya are non-negotiable. We have been observing the ceasefire agreement concluded in October 2020, and we've established the Committee on Security Arrangements in the capital, Tripoli. Under my direct supervision, this contributed to enhancing stability, rendering this current phase one of the calmest we've seen in years. Ladies and gentlemen, the Libyan economy, despite the challenges, can significantly contribute to the development of the country. The absence of a single budget and the absence of united institutions have been real impediments to development. We stress that we will support, and we do support, the economic track through the High Financial Committee to consolidate public spending and to enhance the principles of transparency, accountability, and equity in distributing wealth. Ladies and gentlemen, illegal migration is not only a security matter, it is a humanitarian challenge with deep economic roots. We call upon the international community to pursue a comprehensive development approach based on supporting and developing infrastructure and creating job opportunities in the countries of origin, in partnership with the African Union, rather than pursuing narrow security approaches that have proven to be ineffective. In this context, we have been supporting economic projects connecting the north and the south of the African continent to create a development environment obviating the need for young people to emigrate. Projects that restore demographic and economic balance in the African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, our firm position towards the question of Palestine is based on humanitarian principles and based on our commitments towards the Arab and Muslim world. Against this background, we condemn in the strongest terms the countries that are still hiding behind immoral neutrality towards the genocide and flagrant violations of international law to which the Palestinian people are being subjected, especially in Gaza. It was 8 decades ago that the United Nations was established, and the Palestinian people is still languishing under the yoke of occupation. We call for responsible international action that ends the occupation and guarantees the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the crises, despite the conflicts, despite the divisions that Libya had to endure, the Libyan people is still committed to the democratic track, is still believing that the rule of law and democratic institutions are not a dream but a legitimate right. It is time for the world to look at Libya not as a complicated political file, but as a story of resilience and free will, a nation that can be successful with a noble history, cohesive society, promising resources and free people, aspiring to peace, democracy, and prosperity. Democracy is our choice, and peace and reconciliation are our destiny. Our history proves that our people can achieve reconciliation, can promote tolerance and justice. We most certainly can turn the page on the past. National reconciliation is not only a necessity to build the state, it is a national legacy that we cherish. We see the future Libya, a stable state, a sovereign state with united institutions, strong with its people, peaceful, open to the world, and an effective partner at the regional and international levels. Long live Libya, united and independent. Long live the Libyan people, free and dignified. May the peace, blessings, and mercy of God be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Duma Gideon Boko, President of the Republic of Botswana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we meet here today and this whole week in these hallowed precincts to remember the overwhelming gravity of the circumstances that gave birth to the United Nations, the ruins of war, a world poised to descend into further mayhem if courageous choices were not made. Leaders of great vision and courage stepped up. They realized that the charms and allurements of our unity trumped any tendencies to divide us, and from their conviction that humanity is better together, this institution was born. Their courage and fortitude merit our recurrent admiration. So I stand on this enchanted spot today to express my thanks and the gratitude of the people of Botswana to our forerunners and to all of you. We must recommit ourselves to the vision, peace, development, and human rights for all people in all nations. I stand here today in the composite capacity of citizen of Botswana and as an African. Yes, I am an African, stamp and root. For Botswana, the ideals of the United Nations are not abstractions. They are the foundation of our identity. Since our independence, we've sought to embody democratic governance, respect for the rule of law, including an international rule-based normative order, and the dignity of every human being. We reaffirm today our commitment to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and to advancing equality, including the protection of indigenous peoples, women and youth within our borders and across our region. Yet we also acknowledge that the pursuit of justice is an arduous journey. my administration has pledged to reform and strengthen institutions, enhance transparency, and root out corruption. We do so not for accolades, but because our citizens deserve governments that serve them with integrity. We are on a quest for integrity in African leadership. Excellencies, Botswana has been blessed with the gift of diamonds. For decades, this resource has financed schools, hospitals, and infrastructure. But today, we confront the fragility of that reliance. Diamond markets fluctuate. Our people's needs do not recede. Our vision is clear: to diversify our economy, empower our people, and create resilience. We invite global partners to invest in renewable energy, technology, sustainable agriculture, and value-added industries. We extend an open hand to businesses, innovators, and institutions ready to walk with us on this journey of transformation. Botswana is a semi-arid country. Our people know the meaning of drought. We know the anxiety of scarce water, of crops that wilt and wither under a relentless sun, of livelihoods eroded by forces beyond our control. Climate change is not a distant threat, it is a present reality. That is why I've joined the Global Center for Adaptation, because adaptation must be at the center of sustainable development. I call on this Assembly to scale up financing for climate adaptation. Let us invest in water infrastructure, early warning systems, and climate-smart agriculture. Let us ensure that the promise of the Paris Agreement is not confined to paper, but realized in the lives of farmers, of herders, and children across the global South. Earlier this year, Botswana faced an acute shortage of essential medicines. This crisis exposed not only the vulnerabilities of our supply chains, but the wider inequities of the global health system. Access to medicines is a human right, not a privilege. We call upon the United Nations, international financial institutions, and the private sector to work with us to build resilient health systems. Together, let us explore local production, regional supply hubs, and fairer mechanisms to ensure that no nation is left to face health emergencies alone. As an African, I stand here as one of the trumpet voices of Africa, a continent all too often treated with affable indifference. Africa's voice is not heard. This United Nations cannot be truly international. It cannot be truly together and will not be better until our continent, home to 1/5 of the population of the world, is afforded an equal voice at the highest body of this organization. Friends and partners in the Permanent Five, it is time to make good on your promise to a continent. Agree a permanent seat on the UN Security Council for Africa for 80 years, the only continent without one. I also appreciate the decision by Britain, Australia, Canada, and France, among others, to give heightened attention and consideration to the Palestinian crisis. The carnage in Gaza, it must prick our collective consciences. We stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people in their pursuit of a home and of dignity. So too, we affirm our support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. We urge all parties to stop the war and seek a peaceful resolution. Distinguished delegates, the theme of this General Assembly is better together. This is not a slogan, it is a truth. We are better together in combating pandemics, better together in adapting to climate change, better together in securing peace, and better together in ensuring that human dignity is not a preserve of the few, but the inheritance of all. Let us therefore recommit ourselves to multilateralism, not as a matter of convenience, but as a matter of deep necessity. For none of us can weather the storms of this century alone. As Botswana looks to the future, we do so with humility, but also with determination. We stand ready to contribute, to partner, and to lead where we can. Together, let us ensure that when future generations mark 100 years of the United Nations, they will say of us, they were a generation that turned words into action, promises into progress, and hope into reality. I thank you. Thank you so very much.
En nombre de la Asamblea, agradezco.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Botswana. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Sylvanie Burton, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Mabrika, Mabrika, I bring you greetings in my native Kalinago language, the language of the first people of the Caribbean, whom I am proud to call my ancestors. Madam President, on behalf of the government and people of the Commonwealth of Dominica, I am pleased to congratulate you, my fellow woman, on your appointment to guide the affairs of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, a responsibility for which you are eminently qualified. We wish you every success in your new role. Excellencies, I address you at a pivotal time in the history of this organization, and indeed of this world. I am reminded of the words of the famous British novelist Charles Dickens in his acclaimed novel, and I quote, "A Tale of Two Cities," end of quote. A novel set in a time of social upheaval, division, and transformation. I quote, "It was the best of times. It was the worst of times," end of quote. Although this novel was written over 160 years ago, these words remain relevant today. As we celebrate 80 years of the existence of the United Nations, we are living a tale of two worlds. For some, it is indeed the best of times. Strong economies, access to education, medicines, top-class healthcare, clean water, sanitation, and housing. They are at the frontier of the artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies with expanding digital infrastructure and rising standards of living. But for many, it remains the worst of times. Persistent poverty, growing hunger, displacement, instability, and war. Nations on the front lines of climate change, enduring the worst impacts and debt crises, not of their own making, but a price they pay for the excesses of others. Unfortunately, this is not fiction, but our shared reality. If we as the United Nations do not confront this duality, this inequality, we will write a catastrophe of our own. it bears restating that the UN was created 80 years ago to prevent wars, to promote peace and international cooperation based on ideals of mutual respect, human rights, and the rule of law. It has championed multilateralism, recognizing that no one country has the answer for the world's problem, that the world is interconnected, and to maintain peace, we should operate a rules-based and not power-based approach. A Tale of Two Cities portrayed a society where the powerful live in luxury and the oppressed suffer in silence. We can take heed of the warning that we glean from Dickens' work, that injustice should not be ignored, that when powerful nations impose their will on the less powerful without accountability or regard for the rule of law, they plant seeds of discord and future unrest. What have the lessons taught us? What should we ask ourselves as we gather year after year in this chamber? Are we truly listening to the nations that take the podium every year to decry poverty, inequality, climate change, underdevelopment, and conflict? Do we have a system where resources and decision-making are truly being equitably shared, or are we instead operating a system where power protects itself? I am reminded of the old African proverb, and I quote, "When elephants fight, the grass gets trampled," end of quote. We, the small island developing states, we are the grass. In today's geopolitical landscape, we feel the brunt of the impact when global powers engage in political, economic, or military confrontation. Economic sanctions, trade restrictions, aid conditionalities, conflict, and wars, to name a few, affect global supply and the affordability, availability, and transportation of goods and materials. This significantly increases the cost of doing business and the prices of basic foods on our supermarket shelves, putting several goods out of the price range of many. Madam President, we have come here time and time again to advocate for fairness, to advocate for understanding, to advocate for change in respect of matters that concern our very viability as small nations, on matters that affect our very lives and livelihoods. A major area for us is the devastating impact of climate change on our nations. Yet, in climate negotiations, powerful nations still drag their feet. Polluters enjoy protection, and adaptation and mitigation efforts are underfunded. Meanwhile, our countries, which everyone accepts contribute the least to the climate crisis, continue to risk extinction from rising seas, extreme flooding, devastating storms, drought, amongst many other negative impacts of climate change. Madam President, how can this be fair? How can this be morally defensible? While we complain about these things, equally horrifying is the indiscriminate and deliberate loss of life that we see around the world from bombings, from induced hunger, from sanctioned violence and genocide. We do not have the power to prevent the storms and to bring the rains where there is drought, but we do have the power to limit further climate change and help countries adapt and mitigate its impact. So too, we have the power to end wars and not start new ones. We have to be willing to talk to each other, to empathize with each other. We should return to the founding principles of the United Nations. Wherever there is conflict, be it in the Horn of Africa, the Middle East and Southeast Asia, or sad to say, in the Caribbean, major powers engaging in geopolitical conflicts result in civilians becoming collateral damage, economies collapsing, increase in prices and instability. I want to emphasize here today that there is no place in the Caribbean for war. The Caribbean is a zone of peace. Any military conflict in the Caribbean will have significant negative impacts on the Caribbean and Latin America. There is a better way to resolve differences. We urge the powers that be to find another way. And so, Madam President, I return to our tale, where a man dismissed by society gives his life for another. Are the wealthiest nations willing to give up dominance for fairness, to make sacrifices to ensure justice, equity, and climate resilience for all? Will we choose compassion and empathy over control and indifference? Madam President, we stand in solidarity with the people of Haiti. We insist, like other CARICOM member states, that the current crisis being confronted by our sister CARICOM state in no way nullifies the entitlement of its people to the recognition of their sacred sovereignty and their right to be central in the search for a fair and durable peace in their country. The government of Dominica remains convinced that our sister CARICOM state, Haiti, faces major challenges today, in part because of the glorious contribution Haiti made to the quest for justice and freedom in our region and the world. Indeed, the current complexion of this august body would have been unimaginable without the heroic struggles of the Haitians. As such, the crisis in Haiti is much more than a Caribbean crisis, and its solution requires a united response and the support of the United Nations to resolve. My delegation unreservedly supports the position of CARICOM on the situation in Haiti, a position that rightly calls for a Haitian-led and owned transition process to bring across systematic changes for the benefit of the Haitian people. Let us provide them with all the support that they need. Nothing less is demanded of us. Madam President, the Commonwealth of Dominica is keen to underscore its commitment to advocating for unity, justice, peace, and the sustainable human development that they foster. In this regard, we continue to urge that the long-running, unjust, and illegal economic embargo against the people of Cuba be revoked. Maintaining this embargo is harmful, not only to the long-suffering people of Cuba, but also to the image and profile of its sponsors. Cuba, like every other country, has a right to its self-determination. Dominica continues to stand in solidarity with Cuba. The trade and economic embargo imposed against our brothers and sisters in Cuba continues to be of great concern to us in the Caribbean. Its lifting grows increasingly urgent. Therefore, the Commonwealth of Dominica once again joins its voices with the voices of the overwhelming majority of members of this global organization to call for the immediate lifting of trade restrictions and export bans imposed on the good people of Cuba. They are unjustified. They are unjustifiable. They belong to a bygone era. They should cease to exist. They fall, in our view, within the grand narrative of yet another Caribbean people's struggle for liberation. It is for these reasons that the government of Dominica strongly urges a radical reconsideration of these actions. Madam Speaker, our steadfast advocacy for respect for the United Nations norms of sovereignty and non-interference impels us as well to urge that the right of the government and people of Venezuela to resolve internal challenges without outside interference be respected. We renew our condemnation of the imposition of sanctions on Venezuela. The resulting hardship forced upon the people of Venezuela needs an immediate and complete end. We also call for restrained and strict adherence to the rule of law as it relates to the presence of U.S. military assets in the blue waters of the Caribbean Sea. The solution to conflict, to challenges, should never be aggression and war. We urge that all diplomatic efforts be pursued to respect the sovereignty of states, preserve the dignity of human life, and promote peace. Madam President, as we celebrate this 80th year of these United Nations under the theme, and I quote, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights, end of quote, let it not be just mere words. Let it instead be a call for respect and adherence to a rules-based order that applies to all nations equally, weak and strong, not just when it is convenient to the most powerful. The UN arose out of the ashes of a world torn by devastating wars. Let us not return to those dark days, but instead be guided by law, diplomacy, and shared values. Let us reform the system where small and developing nations have a real seat at the table, that we may have the opportunity to influence decisions that shape global climate policy, security, and economic well-being for all. Let it be where we build solidarity and cooperation, and where power is exercised with humility, compassion, and restraint. Madam President, let the history books say that in this chamber, in our time, we chose a better path. In the words of Charles Dickens, and I quote, "It is a far, far better thing that I do than I have ever done," end of quote. Let those words not only be the end of a novel, but also the beginning of a new era for us, the beginning of our collective resolve, where our actions are guided by the desire for true peace, by respect for others and the rule of law, for upholding the sanctity of human life, of ensuring true development and prosperity for all. Let us judge the strength of our global system, not by how loudly the elephants roar, but by how well we protect the grass beneath them. Excellencies, the challenges before us are too great and complex for any one nation to solve alone. We all need each other. So let us leave this hall committed to action, committed to partnership, and committed to each other. Because the truth is simple, yet profound. We are always stronger, wiser, and better together. Madam President, I look forward to the day when a woman leads this great institution as Secretary General, which to my mind would be a symbol of true equality. I thank you for the courtesy of your attention. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a la...
I would like to thank the President of the Commonwealth of Dominica. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Wesley Simina, President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my people of the Federated States of Micronesia, I am honored to extend our heartfelt national greeting and camaraderie to you on this momentous celebration of the 80th session of the General Assembly. Congratulations, Madam President, on your election to preside over this distinguished assembly. Your leadership and insights will guide us moving forward. I also wish to commend the leadership of our outgoing president. At this time, I also want to express my gratitude to the Secretary General for his tireless and unwavering commitment in guiding our collective work. We are grateful for your dedication and efforts in keeping hope and cooperation alive across our global community. Madam President, Micronesia joins the United Nations in commemorating its 80th anniversary. This milestone calls on us to renew our collective commitment to strengthen multilateralism for the challenges ahead. Reiterating our commitment to multilateralism and inclusive reform, Micronesia emphasizes that any measures taken under the UNGA initiative must reflect the delicate balance and unique vulnerabilities faced by small island developing states. It is paramount that structural adjustments must enhance, not limit our access to critical support and representation. We urge that reforms ensure the continued resilience, tailored assistance, and participatory voice of small island developing states in the evolving UN system so that no one is left behind. Madam President, the climate crisis is not up for debate. We all know that. The only question now is whether we, as leaders, will act with the urgency it demands. The landmark ICJ's advisory opinion reminds us that climate action is not only a moral imperative, but also a legal one. It affirms that all states, particularly those who are parties to the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement, must do their fair share to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, and that major emitters carry the primary duty to act and keep 1.5 alive. It also underscores the obligations of developed countries to support the adaptation efforts of countries like mine, who live with the impacts of climate change every day. It confirms that not meeting these obligations can lead to legal consequences under international law. This points to the simple truth that the core of this climate crisis lies the pursuit of justice, justice for the most vulnerable, justice for future generations, and justice for our shared planet. I call on the General Assembly to adopt a resolution endorsing the ICJ's opinion so that together we send an unmistakable signal that upholding climate obligations under international law is the shared duty of all nations. Pacific Island leaders have spoken with one voice in our recent Pacific Islands Forum communique. Methane mitigation must be a global priority, and methane mitigation across all sectors must be a core objective of every country. Cutting methane now could prevent 0.3 degrees Celsius of warming by the 2040s, slowing ocean heating and buying us time for long-term decarbonization. This is the only scalable near-term solution that can protect vulnerable nations and peoples today, while we build the future of clean energy tomorrow. The COP30 will be the first opportunity since the ICJ's advisory opinion for us to take ambitious and aggressive actions to put the world back on track for 1.5 degrees. There is no time to waste. After 3 decades of COPs, and now with the clearest pronouncement by the ICJ, let us get to work. Madam President, Micronesia remains committed to achieving an ambitious global agreement to end plastic pollution, including the marine environment. Micronesia actively participated in the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee on Plastic Pollution. We are proud to have stood with over 100 countries, making clear that the pollution emitted from the full life cycles of plastics requires a full life cycle approach to address all pollutions from plastics, from the production and design stages all the way through the waste management and remediation. This pollution, including climate warming greenhouse gases and thousands of other toxic chemicals, severely impacts our health, our environment, and our economies. Despite the failure of the INC to produce a plastics treaty in Geneva, we are not giving up. The plastic pollution crisis is far too dire to ignore. Madam President, the year 2025 is an important year for the ocean. In June this year, the UN Ocean Conference adopted the Nice Ocean Action Agenda, a forward-looking document to guide us all. Also, as of today, there are 145 countries that have signed the PB&J agreement and 70 that have ratified. With this development, we are pleased that PB&J agreement will enter into force in 4 months. Micronesia is also participating in the related and critical work of the International Seabed Authority. Micronesia is following a precautionary approach to deep-sea mining. We emphasize the necessity of consolidating comprehensive knowledge, data, and scientific understanding of the marine environment and the impacts of deep-sea mining before any exploitation takes place. Additionally, it is crucial that all stakeholders, including adjacent coastal states, indigenous peoples, and local communities in the Pacific, are consulted and their perspectives considered before any exploitation occurs. In Micronesia, we have taken steps in preparation for exploration and possible exploitation in a responsible manner. We urge the ISA to finalize without further delay all relevant regulations, standards, and guidelines for its mining code prior to any exploitation, as failure to do so risks countries turning to alternative measures. Madam President, small island developing states face unique and heightened vulnerabilities to climate change shaped by geography and scale. Disaster risk reduction and resilience strategies must reflect these realities. That is why the multidimensional vulnerability index is so vital to us. It recognizes our economic, environmental, and social fragilities, and it ensures that support reflects genuine need, not just income levels. The MVI provides a fairer framework for allocating resources. Development partners must base their decisions or 8 decisions on it, pairing it with traditional measures to better target climate and disaster support. Going forward, implementation demands 3 things: adoption by international bodies, continuous technical refinement, and strong commitment from partners to align financial and policy support with the vulnerabilities the MPI reveals. Only then can this tool deliver the resilience our small islands urgently need. Madam President, Micronesia continues to confront a high prevalence of non-communicable diseases, the persistence of emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases, and rising mental health concern. In response, we are reorienting our health systems around primary health care as the foundation for universal health coverage. We are investing in the rehabilitation of primary health care clinics, the development of our health workforce, and the use of telehealth to extend essential services to our most vulnerable and hard-to-reach populations. However, to realize the goal of universal health coverage, additional financial and technical support from the international community is indispensable. Madam President, gender equality and social inclusion are equally central to our development agenda. Our strategic development plan places this at its core, with the objective of ensuring equal access to services, equitable participation, and opportunities for all our citizens to thrive. Madam President, peace and unity are the foundation of our nation. Our FSM Constitution, or Micronesian Constitution, reminds us that we must, and I quote, live together in peace and harmony, to preserve the heritage of the past and to protect the promise of the future, end quote. Today, as conflicts continue to unfold across the world, we hold hope that they may be resolved through leadership rooted in peace. In our region, while we uphold peace and unity as guiding values, we find ourselves navigating the geopolitical and geostrategic competition among major powers. As leaders of the Pacific Islands Forum, we recently adopted the Ocean of Peace Declaration at the 54th annual meeting in Honiara. In doing so, we affirmed that no single member state can face the growing threats to peace and security alone. We must act together as one Pacific family. Madam President, Micronesia co-sponsored the first ever UN resolution on AI alongside 120 member states. While AI holds great promise for economic development, it also carries the risk that must be carefully managed. The inclusive and constructive dialogue that shaped this resolution offers a model for future discussions, including those on peace, security, and the responsible military use of AI. As the digital world advances at an unprecedented pace, global cooperation is essential to ensure that AI systems remain safe, secure, and trustworthy. Micronesia, through our own cybersecurity efforts, is committed to developing national strategies and policies to safeguard our digital data and mitigate the risk of malicious attacks. Madam President, food and water security remain pressing challenges for Micronesia as fragile freshwater sources and climate extremes undermine agriculture, marine ecosystems, reduce yields of traditional crops, and increase reliance on costly, less nutritious imports. Compounding these challenges, just days ago, I was compelled to declare a national state of emergency due to an ongoing oil leak from a World War II sunken vessel in Chuk Lagoon. This ship, together with more than 60 other wartime wrecks, has rested in our waters for nearly 80 years since the war's end. But now, these remnants of conflict pose new dangers as toxic oil seeps into our ocean, threatening our fisheries, coastal communities, and livelihoods. The scale of this crisis far exceeds Micronesia's capacity to address alone. As we mark the 80th anniversary of the war's end, we appeal to the international community to work with us in transforming this legacy of war into an opportunity for cooperation. Madam President, Micronesia again emphasizes the urgent need to address the current structure of the United Nations Security Council, which fails to represent the geopolitical realities of the 21st century. The exclusive nature of its permanent membership creates inequities and hampers effective responses to global crises. To enhance legitimacy and accountability, we must restructure the Council to include underrepresented voices, including Japan, India, Germany, Brazil, and the African continent. Such reforms would better reflect modern international dynamics and strengthen the Council's role in promoting peace and security. Madam President, 8 years ago, the United Nations was founded on a simple but enduring truth. Every nation, big or small, has a voice, a vote, and a role to play in shaping the world we share. Micronesia may be small, but our voice, our vote, and our place within the international community is committed to choosing that we are, in fact, better together. That truth must guide us still, because, big or small, every nation has the power to choose peace over conflict. Big or small, every nation has the power to choose peace over conflict. Big or small, every nation has the duty to protect our planet from harm. Big or small, every nation has the responsibility to defend justice and human dignity. Big or small, we always have been and always will be better together. I thank you.
Muchísimas gracias al presidente.
I would like to thank the President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Taye Akse Selassie Amde, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Madam President, Your Excellency, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, ladies and gentlemen, Excellency Ananina Baerbock, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to you and your country, Germany, on your election as President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, and wish you a productive tenure. I would also like to thank His Excellency Philemon Yang, President of the 79th session of the General Assembly, for his able leadership. It is a great honor for me to address this August Assembly, representing my country, Ethiopia, a founding member of the United Nations, on this historic occasion, which marks the 80th anniversary of the organization.
Madam President, looking back on the 80 years of its existence, the United Nations has considerable achievement to celebrate. Our sacrifice for decolonization has left a lasting legacy on the global body, making it truly universal with the admission of newly independent states. Armed conflicts are prevented, humanitarian catastrophes are averted, and deadly pandemics successfully contained. Global cooperation under the framework of the Millennium and Sustainable Development Goals has resulted in a reduction of extreme poverty and paved the way for climate action. These achievements, however, cannot conceal the outstanding need for reform and revitalization. The most glaring one is the inequitable representation of states in the global security, political, and financial architecture. The United Nations must also overcome the systemic problems it suffers from a lack of impartiality, selectivity, and double standards. The emerging controversy over the fundamentals of the international system and the principles of the United Nations Charter is risking the very foundation of international cooperation. These trends should not be normalized or serve as a baseline in the determination of our standards and targets. We are also deeply concerned by isolationist policies, unprecedented military buildup, arms race, and the disturbing trend of retraction from development and climate commitments. These worrying trajectories are counterproductive to the collective progress of humanity and undermine the very premises of peaceful interstate relations. It is Ethiopia's conviction that the remedy lies within our reach. No state can single-handedly manage global challenges. We therefore call on fellow member states, especially developed countries that have historical responsibilities, to reverse recent downward trends and intensify efforts towards the collective public good of development and peace. Madam President, Ethiopia supports the peaceful resolution of all conflicts. The path of violence must yield to the power of diplomacy. We affirm our historic position on the right of the Palestinian people for self-determination. Direct negotiation among the warring parties is an immediate necessity. Humanitarian assistance must reach to all the people in need. This is not a political preference, but a moral imperative. As Ethiopia has pronounced in its position during the adoption of the resolutions on the two-state solution, the international community should join hands to end the vicious cycle of violence and stalemate in order to give peace a chance. We wish to underscore any proposed peace and reconstruction plan in the Middle East should not create complications to adjacent countries and regions. More than any time before, the United Nations is indeed called upon to face events that greatly exceeds its powers and capabilities. It was in 1949, at the fourth session of the General Assembly, the Ethiopian delegation forewarned the risks of ineffectiveness and intrusion into the mandates of the General Assembly. This was caused by the excessive number of bodies and mechanisms created. It is in this light that we see the ongoing reform process under the UN-80 initiative as an opportunity to preserve the mandate of the General Assembly by rectifying its dispersion to a multitude of other bodies. Ethiopia reiterates Africa's long-standing call that there should be more decentralization and deployment of institutional and financial capacity to the global south, especially to the African continent, where the United Nations has most of its programs. Madam President, Africa, guided by Agenda 2063, is advancing development as its preferred security policy. The continent is scoring a higher rate of economic growth. Domestic revenue mobilization is on the rise, Africa's climate action in renewable energy development, emission reduction, and afforestation is indeed unmatched in any other parts of the world. Efforts to enhance public welfare, combat transnational threats, and decrease inequality are being intensified. Despite these achievements, the global crisis continues to impact Africa's capabilities to deliver on development aspirations. Chief among this is the compounding debt crisis. In line with the Addis Ababa Action Agenda and Civil Outcome document, we emphasize the need to advance an ambitious agenda on development finance. Coercive measures and trade restrictions, in particular those targeting Africa, must be lifted immediately. More importantly, Ethiopia calls for a new global action for debt cancellation, restructuring, and suspension. Madam President, it is our view that the national security of states, especially those in the same region, is indivisible and interdependent. To this effect, we will intensify our efforts to combat global terrorists operating in our region. We call on the international community to extend the required support to the African Union peace missions, in particular the African Union Support and Stabilization Mission in Somalia. Now is not the time to retreat from global action in combating terrorism. Furthermore, we reiterate our call for urgent action to reform the United Nations Security Council. Africa's representation in both categories of membership of the Council must be given priority. There is no shortcut or half solution to this long-standing pursuit for justice. Distinguished delegates, excellencies, I have the distinct pleasure to share with this august assembly recent milestones of great significance achieved by the people of the Nile River Basin. With entry into force of the agreement on the Nile River Basin Cooperative Framework, the Entebbe-based Nile River Basin Commission is nearing establishment. This year, we also celebrated another milestone. On the eve of the Ethiopian New Year, Ethiopia commissioned the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, which transforms Ethiopia's renewable energy generation capacity. The Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, with an installed capacity of over 5,000 megawatts, signifies our commitment to clean energy for all. Its true meaning is found in the lives it transforms. The Renaissance Dam brings light to 60 million Ethiopians who currently lack access to any form of clean energy. It promises power to Ethiopia's energy demand, which grows by more than 20% every year. It is a symbol of liberation of millions of Ethiopian women and girls, freeing them from the back-breaking search for firewood. The dam will be instrumental in the attainment of all of the Sustainable Development Goals. It boosts our capability to provide clean water to our people who live under chronic shortage, create employment to our youth, and ensure food security. GERD also enhances regional connectivity. The overwhelming support and solidarity we received on the occasion of the inauguration inspired greater efforts to forge cooperation among the riparian countries of the Nile River Basin. Madam President, our Pan-African aspiration to break the vicious cycle of underdevelopment should bring our countries together to realize initiatives that will transform the lives of our people. The time is now to work towards Africa's true independence, driven by African agency and guided by the common destiny of our people. Ethiopia, with its second largest population in Africa and significant maritime trade, places high importance on the safety and security of maritime navigation in the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean. We concur with the Secretary General's statement during the Awaza conference that no state should be locked out of opportunities for growth, finance, and technology due to geographical circumstance. The international law maxim that defines the high seas as a common heritage of mankind and guarantees equal right of access and use to all states must be brought to reality. In collaboration with other states, Ethiopia will work towards a comprehensive approach to ensure equal development and security for all states along the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean. Ethiopia will also keep on advancing this legitimate policy objective through diplomacy and peaceful engagement. Madam President, in conclusion, I'm convinced the spirit, genius, and competence of humanity towards unity, justice, and collective well-being will triumph over the current atmosphere of rivalry and hopelessness. For its part, Ethiopia is firmly committed to upholding multilateralism centered on the Charter of the United Nations and to contributing to the maintenance of collective security and sustainable development. I thank you, Madam President.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. We shall now continue the general debate. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Antonio Costa, President of the European Council of the European Union. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Senhor Presidente, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the world faces a crucial choice. Do you want a rules-based international order that upholds multilateralism and the United Nations Charter, or a chaotic world based on unilateralism, violence, and disruption? The European Union knows where it stands. We are a project of peace, of reconciliation, of social justice. We are and will remain a steadfast defender of multilateralism, of the rules international-based order, and of the United Nations Charter. The alternative to this international rules-based order is a chaotic and violent world. As seen in Sudan, an unreported and devastating conflict with destruction of huge proportions, as seen in Gaza, as seen in Ukraine. In Gaza, where we witness an unimaginable suffering, children starving, families shattered, a humanitarian catastrophe that shocks the world's conscience. The use of starvation as a weapon of war is immoral and one that defies words. The European Union condemns terrorism in all its forms. The horrific attacks by Hamas cannot be forgotten. And we stand with Israel's right to security. Every country, every people have the right to live in security. The hostage must be released immediately. The Palestinian people have also the same right to security and to live in a viable state. A negotiated two-state solution is the only path to peace. Security for both peoples, dignity for both peoples, this is the solution we seek. The European Union has been an indispensable partner in the region. We are the largest provider of humanitarian aid to Palestinians. European funding has kept hospitals, schools, and institutions running. We have been, over the years, the largest supporter of the Palestinian Authority, supporting them in their reform agenda and in their efforts to ensure effective control of all the territory of Palestine. Dear friends, the European Union fully assumes its responsibilities, but we alone cannot stop this humanitarian catastrophe. Peace in the Middle East requires a collective response, and we need everyone to assume their responsibilities. We must act together and demand the unconditional release of all hostages, an immediate ceasefire, full and unimpeded humanitarian access, an end to illegal settlements, a renewed, credible commitment to a two-state solution. This was the strong message from the two-state conference hosted on Monday by France and Saudi Arabia, to which the European Union is fully committed. In Ukraine, a sovereign nation was brutally attacked by a permanent member of the Security Council, in clear violation of the United Nations Charter, a clear violation of sovereignty, territorial integrity, the respect of internationally recognized borders, and the right to choose its own destiny. Principles that bind all the members of the United Nations. This aggression threatens not only Ukraine, it threatens every nation in this assembly. If we accept Russia's invasion of Ukraine, no country will ever be safe. There is only one root cause to this war: Russia's refusal to accept Ukraine's right to choose its own destiny. For over 3 years, this war has claimed innocent lives, destroyed cities, and fueled global insecurity. Our collective security is tied to Ukraine's resilience. The European Union stands firm in supporting Ukraine in their fight for a just and lasting peace, in their efforts to bring an end to the killing and Russia to the negotiation table, in their future reconstruction, in providing security guarantees to prevent future attacks, in their path to full membership in the European Union. We will continue to apply pressure on Russia to end this war. We call for meaningful negotiations and an immediate ceasefire and a just and lasting peace. This is not Ukraine's fight alone. It is a fight for the principles we all hold dear. Excellence.
Your Excellencies, the European Union is determined to build a world founded on the fundamental values that we share with the United Nations: peace, human rights, and sustainable development. Human rights are the foundation for global peace and stability. Social protection, decent jobs, gender equality, and the fight against poverty are not optional. Rather, they are the guarantees of human dignity, of social stability, and of lasting peace between nations. The European Union defends freedom, democracy, and human rights, values which today are threatened by disinformation and by the abuse of digital technologies. We need to have global standards for transparency and accountability mechanisms. They also need to be as dynamic as the technologies that we are trying to regulate, to make sure that digital technologies give citizens means to act, and not autocrats or the new technology oligarchs. The European Union is in favour of a human-centred approach to artificial intelligence. We are at the forefront of the first global regulatory framework in the world for responsible AI, and we are calling for an equivalent level of ambition in the international domain. We are doing this based on our fundamental values: dignity, democracy, and the rule of law.
Excelências.
Your Excellencies, climate change is not fake news. It is a scientifically proven fact that is affecting our present and our future. Destruction and deaths brought about by fires, floods, and hurricanes are not an invention. We're talking about something all too real. In addition, investing in decarbonization is key for the energy sovereignty of every country, for innovation, and for the competitiveness of our economies. That is why the European Union fully shoulders and fulfills its commitments undertaken in the context of the Paris Agreement by reducing its emissions by 55% by 2030 and by achieving climate neutrality by 2050. We will continue actively promoting the protection of our oceans, which are lungs and the lifeguard for our planet. We welcome the ratification of the UN Treaty on the High Seas to safeguard biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. Sustainable development also means building alliances, not dependencies. We are at the forefront of the fight against climate change. Through the European Union's Global Gateway programme, some 300 billion euros are being mobilized by 2027 in sustainable investments and connectivity throughout the world. This is a decisive contribution to help attain the Sustainable Development Goals. In addition, the European Union, together with its member states, accounts for some 42% of global development assistance. We are the main donors to the World Health Organization, UNICEF, and the United Nations Development Programme. We lead, and we will continue to lead, global solidarity, even at these times of major budgetary restrictions affecting the United Nations system. Lastly, we need to make headway in reforming the international financial architecture and in the management of debt. The international financial system needs to be fairer, more inclusive, and more tailored to current challenges, so that it can also help us to close the financing gap for development by following the path that has been set by the Seville commitment.
Excellencies, the European Union is a global partner. The European Union and its member states are staunch political supporters and the largest collective donors to the United Nations. As the pillar of the multilateral system, we are working closely with other regional partners. That is why we are building stronger trade and industrial partnerships across the globe. We are advancing deals with Mercosur, Mexico, India, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Thailand, not just to boost trade, but to increase global predictability and resilience. The trade and investment agenda based on fairness, sustainability, digital innovation, labor rights, and climate alignment. Because trade deals, not tariffs, deliver real benefits for all countries, companies, and citizens. In the multipolar world, we are building a powerful global network of partnerships with Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, United States and Canada, the Arab world, Asia, and the Pacific, as well with our European neighbors. In today's multipolar world, there is no global south or global north. Both are plural. And the European Union will continue to work with all partners in the spirit of global solidarity and meaningful partnership. Because multipolarity needs an effective multilateral system, a rules-based international order under the United Nations Charter. And this commitment stems from our own history. Europe rebuilt itself from the ashes of World War II through peace, through reconciliation, and through integration. We know these principles work because they worked for us. At a time when international cooperation is being tested, the value of reliable partnerships has never been greater. The European Union is a reliable and predictable partner and stands firmly with the United Nations. We will defend its principles, support the reforms of the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, work to make the United Nations more inclusive, more representative, and more effective, with the UN 80 reform initiative and the implementation of the Pact for the Future. At a time when multilateralism is under threat, let me leave you with one simple promise. You can count on the European Union. Count on us to stand for peace, for multilateralism, for justice, for human dignity, for sustainability. The time has come to choose clearly. Peace over war, law over force, accountability over impunity, solidarity over division, sustainability over crisis, justice over inequality. The European Union has no doubts about where we stand, and you cannot have any doubt about where we are. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the European Council of the European Union. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Philip Isidore Mpongo, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this year we gather at a historic moment when we are commemorating 80 years since the founding of the UN, but in a somber mood. The theme of this general debate, that is better together, 80 years and more for peace, development and human rights, reminds us that determined cooperation remains our best vehicle for addressing urgent global challenges of this century and beyond. Yet, we are faced with chaos in the form of unilateralism with arrogance, barbaric wars, persistent poverty, injustice, pandemics, as well as an impending climate catastrophe. As we mark 80 years of the UN, we are called to rekindle the vision of its founders, anchored on two pillars. First, nations can overcome difficulties and accomplish more when they work together in solidarity. Second, peace is humanity's truest desire, which we must seek and pursue relentlessly on the basis of international law. By contrast, war is undesirable. It is a senseless path to resolving conflicts on which everybody loses, and its bitter fruits include unspeakable loss of innocent lives, too many orphans, widows, and refugees, as well as wanton destruction. Yet the United Nations Charter has guided us through many challenges over the past 80 years, reminding us to uphold peace, justice, cooperation, and dialogue to resolve conflicts. Today, as the world faces new tests, we must therefore hold firmly to these same principles, for it is only by respecting and living by the Charter that we can honor the past and build a safer and better future for all of us. Excellencies, the past 8 decades also remind us that change is the only constant in our world. The challenges of today are not the same as those of yesterday, nor will they be the same tomorrow. Thus, for the UN to remain relevant and is true to its noble mission, it must embrace change. Tanzania welcomes the UN 80 Reform Initiative unveiled in March this year, which seeks to enhance efficiency across the UN system and strengthening effectiveness. My country stresses the importance of upholding the principles of transparency, equity, and objectivity in the process, so as to renew trust and foster inclusive global governance. We thank the Secretary General for engaging member states in this endeavor. Nevertheless, Tanzania reiterates Africa's position on redressing the continent's underrepresentation in the Security Council and calls for admission of at least 2 permanent seats for Africa with veto power, as articulated by the Zuluini Consensus. Tanzania also joined other countries of the Global South in demanding urgent and comprehensive reform of the global financial system. While we support the outcomes of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development held in Seville, Spain this year, we renew the call for scaling up long-term concessional financing, revising sovereign credit rating frameworks, and rethinking debt sustainability assessments in order to unlock capital for investment in infrastructure, education, health, and climate adaptation. We reiterate our demand for increased voice and representation of Africa in the governance structures of the IMF and the World Bank. These noble demands have gone unheeded for a very long time and must be addressed now. Excellencies, SDGs remain our common plan for a better world. Yet, with only 5 years left before 2030, it has been established that over 80% of the targets are off track, with progress on more than half of the goals being weak and insufficient. The big elephant in the room, suffocating progress, is an estimated financing gap of $4 trillion per annum. Nevertheless, Tanzania remains committed and has made strides in implementing the 2030 agenda, with overall performance estimated at 60%. Examples include SDG 3, where maternal mortality declined from 750 deaths per 1,000 live births in 2000 to 104 in 2022. For SDG 6, access to clean and safe water increased in both rural and urban areas from 32 and 55% in 2000 to 79.9 and 94% respectively by 2024. On affordable clean energy, SDG 7, the number of villages connected to electricity increased from 8,587 in 2000 to 12,318 in 2024. Only 15 villages remain without electricity. However, significant challenges remain, especially on environmental sustainability, that is SDGs 13, 14, and 15. Going forward, we urge the international community to strengthen collective response to climate change, seizing the opportunity presented by COP30 in Belgium, Brazil, prioritizing delivery on the pledges for climate action, including capitalization of the Loss and Damage Fund. We call for increased long-term concessional financing, technology transfer, and fairer trade terms to complement our zeal in domestic revenue mobilization, reversing capital flight, and pursuit of win-win partnerships in the exploitation of our natural resources. I am glad to inform the Assembly that in June 2025, we launched the Tanzania Vision 2050 that articulates our long-term development aspirations and dovetails quite well with the SDGs agenda. Excellencies, peace is not a bonus. It is a prerequisite for socio-economic development. We must therefore seek and pursue peace tirelessly. We commend the efforts of the UN Secretary General, world leaders, and organizations that are active in conflict mediation and resolution in countries and regions such as Eastern DRC, Sudan, Russia, Ukraine, and the Middle East. As we commemorate the Beijing +30 and celebrate the progress made in promoting gender equality and the empowerment of women, we call for full involvement of women in the quest for peace. In this regard, I must say Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the first woman president of Tanzania, has shown the way in articulating policies and actions that strengthen the role of women across all sectors of our society. Regionally and internationally, she has been a champion of peace, justice, security, and clean cooking. Tanzania, as a member of the African Union Peace and Security Council, and in our then role as chair of the SADC organ on politics, defense, and security cooperation over the past year, actively contributed to peace initiatives and supported measures to prevent and resolve conflicts. In this spirit, Tanzania announces its candidacy for a non-permanent seat on the UN Security Council for the term 2029-2030, reaffirming our commitment to global peace and security. Excellencies, Tanzania opposes the continued imposition and proliferation of unilateral coercive measures which undermine the principles of sovereign equality and peaceful coexistence enshrined in the UN Charter. Such measures, often applied without mandate of the Security Council, represent a form of economic aggression that disproportionately harms innocent civilians by depriving them of essential needs such as food, medicines, and capital goods. In this context, Tanzania reiterates its principled solidarity with nations, including Zimbabwe and Cuba, and the peoples who continue to endure the adverse effects of the long-standing economic embargo and sanctions. We stress that these embargoes and sanctions contravene international law. Similarly, Tanzania stands in solidarity with the people of Palestine and Sahrawi, who continue to be denied the fundamental rights of freedom, sovereignty, and self-determination. Tanzania also strongly condemns all forms of terrorism carried out within or across national borders. Madam President, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, in his last speech to the United Nations General Assembly prior to retirement in 1985, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, the founding president of my country, articulated the principle that, and I quote, "To be silent when we see danger, to refrain from attacking policies which are seen as contrary to the interests of peace and justice, to do these things would be to surrender our freedom and our dignity. That we shall never do." End of quote. Following the same principle, Tanzania considers unilateralism and misuse of military might, as well as shameful incapacity of the international community and global powers to bring an end to bloodshed and horrific wars raging in many places around the world to be unacceptable. Similarly, Tanzania condemns the resurging use of the law of the jungle as a means of resolving conflicts, as well as committing atrocities that cast shame on the whole of humanity, particularly extreme violence against children, women, the sick, and the elderly in conflict situations, as well as imperial attitudes, including that of regarding Africa as a free mine to be exploited and ample land to be plundered. The hypocrisy and scandal of international companies, some of which are state-sponsored, to continue to prosper from the exploitation of Africa's natural wealth while causing or supporting conflicts should be brought to an end now. Instead, Africa needs win-win partnerships in the exploitation of our natural wealth. Tanzania also reminds the international community that increased military spending on research and manufacture of weapons for money is tragic and morally wrong. It obstructs the quest for peace in the world and takes away an enormous amount of resources that could have been used to propel sustainable development and prosperity for all humanity. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. The Assembly will now hear an address by Her Excellency Chisika Rose Epelalupo, Vice President of the Republic of Uganda. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
The President of the UN General Assembly, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from His Excellency, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who could not be present personally on this and on whose behalf I am privileged to address this 80th session of the UN General Assembly. Madam President, let me begin by warmly congratulating you on your election as the President of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly. Uganda assures you of its full support throughout your tenure, and I also extend our appreciation to His Excellency Philomen Yang for his capable leadership during the 79th session. We commend the Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, for his continued commitment to the roles and responsibilities of the United Nations. This year marks 80 years since the founding of the United Nations, born out of the devastation of the Second World War, with the aim of preventing future wars and promoting global cooperation. This anniversary is timely and is a reminder of our shared responsibility to uphold multilateralism and strengthen global solidarity in addressing common challenges. The theme of this year's General Assembly, Better Together, resonates well with our national objectives. Uganda firmly believes that multilateralism remains an essential framework for building collective solutions to global problems. We reaffirm our commitment to the Charter of the United Nations as the cornerstone of multilateralism, international diplomacy, and cooperation with the global mechanisms to promote and support the intertwined values of humanity, namely peace and security, human rights, and shared prosperity. We are equally committed to fast-tracking the achievements of the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development and implementation of the Pact for the Future. Madam President, Uganda continues to play an active role in advancing peace, stability, and security within our region, e.g. in Somalia, South Sudan, DRC, and the Sudan. Uganda remains committed to the peaceful resolution of regional conflicts. We remain the largest troop contributor to the African Union mission in Somalia since 2007, which has been succeeded by the African Union Transition Mission in Somalia, and now the African Support and Stabilization Mission in Somalia. As a country, we have invested both human and financial resources in promoting peace and stability unreservedly. These efforts require reliable and predictable funding. We therefore call on the international community to commit adequate resources for peace-building and peacekeeping missions to ensure that their sustainability, effectiveness, and success becomes a reality. In South Sudan, Uganda continues to support the peace process as one of the guarantors of the Comprehensive Peace Agreement, contributing to efforts aimed at restoring stability and unity in the country. On the peace efforts in the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda has been working with regional leaders on the Nairobi and Luanda processes aimed at finding a lasting solution, and we also remain supportive of other complementary efforts by the international community. Madam President, we urge greater international support for regionally led peace-building and stabilization initiatives, recognizing them as vital foundations for inclusive and sustainable development. We also call for enhanced global cooperation in tackling the root causes of conflict, including inequality, climate change, pandemics, new technologies, transnational crime, and terrorism. Madam President, Uganda calls for the comprehensive reform of the United Nations Security Council to address the imbalance in its current configuration and make it more equitable, just, and democratic. We demand for Africa's representation on the Council as a special case, as a matter of urgency in both the permanent and non-permanent categories, in line with the common African position enshrined in the Eswatini Consensus and SATE Declaration. Africa must have 2 seats in the permanent category with all rights and privileges, and 2 additional seats in the non-permanent category. On the question of Palestine, we urge the international community to give renewed priority to the realization of the internationally endorsed 2-state solution. We appeal to the United Nations Security Council to play a decisive and just role in resolving the Palestinian issue, which is crucial for lasting peace in the Middle East and central to global peace and security. We join the international community in the long-lasting call to end the embargo on Cuba that has been tightened recently with unfair designation as a state sponsor of terrorism. Uganda is recognized globally for its progressive refugee policies. Madam President, we host the largest number of refugees in Africa, currently standing at 1.9 million. Uganda allocates land to refugees and integrates them into our national systems. sharing public services such as education and healthcare, etc. However, this model is under serious pressure due to declining international support amidst rising global geopolitical tensions. The drop in partner funding has strained our already limited resources, affecting both host communities and our ability to meet national development targets, including SDGs. Uganda remains committed to upholding its obligations, but we cannot do this alone, as it diverts vital resources from our national development needs. Madam President, we therefore urge the international community to meet its obligation and support host countries like Uganda. Refugee hosting should not become a debt burden. Uganda should not be expected to borrow money to care for displaced population fleeing conflict. Madam President, with just 5 years remaining to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, progress in many developing countries remains far off track. Bridging the estimated $4 trillion annual financing gap is crucial. The failure to mobilize adequate resources highlights the shortcomings of current international financial cooperation. We call on the international community to fully implement existing commitments, including the Sevilla Commitment, the 2015 Addis Ababa Action Agenda, the 208 Doha Declaration, and the 202 Monetary Consensus. These agreements provide a framework for enabling developing countries to expand their physical and policy space and drive balanced and inclusive development. Accelerating the SDGs requires renewed commitment to multilateralism, global solidarity, and the strengthening of international cooperation mechanisms to ensure that no one is left behind. Madam President, Uganda's commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights remains central to our national development agenda. Our Constitution guarantees civil and political rights, freedoms of association, assembly and expression, and the right of every citizen to participate in democratic governance. Since the introduction of multi-party democracy, Ugandans have enjoyed regular, free, and fair elections at all levels in Uganda. Madam President, Uganda was the first country in the sub-Saharan Africa to introduce universal free primary education in 1987 and universal free secondary education in 2007, an endeavor which has enabled our children to attain basic education and has improved the literacy and numeracy levels in our country, and all the associated benefits and multiplier effects. Health remains at the core of our development strategy. Uganda is scaling up investments in primary health care and deploying digital health solutions to improve service delivery and accountability. Our HIV/AIDS response remains a global model of political will and community engagement. Under the Presidential Fast Track Initiative, Uganda has reduced HIV prevalence to 5.5%, achieved 96% treatment coverage among those diagnosed, and over 90% viral suppression. Madam President, as the current chair of NAM, Uganda is committed to advancing the principle of unity, peace, and solidarity among its members. We support stronger collaboration between NAM and the UN in promoting the interests of developing countries. In this context, we call for accelerated progress on the adoption of the long overdue Covenant on the Rights to Development. Uganda looks forward to welcoming honorable ministers of NAM member states and observers at the 19th Midterm Ministerial Conference scheduled to take place in Kampala between 15th and 16th October 2025. Madam President, as I conclude, the United Nations has stood as a pillar of development, a pillar of peace and human dignity for the last 8 decades. It remains indispensable. It would be impossible to imagine the world today without the United Nations. Uganda acknowledges the UN's many achievements, its legitimacy, convening power, and normative influence. Madam President, more must be done to adopt and adapt and strengthen multilateralism. We must redouble our efforts to uphold international cooperation and ensure that the United Nations system is reflective of the current realities and capable of addressing the intertwined global challenges of peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. Let us commit to leaving no one behind. Better together. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Dick Schoof, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, back in 1947, a 7-year-old boy, a Dutch boy called Dirk Salemans, and his father made a long car journey to the German city of Cologne. When they arrived, Dirk couldn't believe his eyes. It was a shocking sight, he said in a recent newspaper interview. Rubble everywhere, people living in abject poverty, the entire city flattened by bombing. Today, almost 80 years later, those images are still seared in Dirk's memory, and that was precisely his father's intention. He wanted to show me what war can do to a city, Dirk recalled in the interview. At the same time, he added, we were also hearing radio reports about the establishment of the United Nations in New York, and all my father's hope was invested in that. When the interviewer asked what exactly the hope was based on, Dirk recalled the opening words of the United Nations Charter, we the peoples. And indeed, it is the peoples of the world, the people, who task their governments with saving them from war, human rights violations, and armed conflicts. We the peoples. It was those words on that day in Cologne that inspired Dirk Salemans to embark on a career as a UN diplomat that spanned almost 30 years. And it is those same words, 80 years on from the UN Charter, that still remind him and us of that task. Of course, the world has changed dramatically since then, and unfortunately we must acknowledge that the mission, no more war, has failed. In fact, this year, even as we celebrate the United Nations 80th anniversary, we have heard it said that the UN can no longer justify its existence. Anyone who says that, however, has forgotten where we came from. Without the UN, there will be no disarmament treaties, no International Court of Justice, no climate agreements on sustainable development goals. Without the UN, which is often the only organization capable of supplying aid in the toughest places on the earth, millions of people would be deprived of food, clean water, and medical aid. Over the past 80 years, we've taken the UN's achievement for granted. We've neglected to look back on where we've come from and all the milestones we have achieved along the way. And although the situation right now might be especially difficult, I know this too. It has never been easy. Every achievement was preceded by the lengthy consultations. Countries were often at loggerheads, and sometimes it was tempting to throw in the towel. But that never happened. And the reason can only be that, despite our many differences, we all understand what's at stake. That's the context in which I view the increasingly frank debate on the UN future. Yes, the world has changed. Yes, international relations have changed. And yes, the way we work together has changed. But I believe And this can lead us to only one conclusion, that we must change with times. And that's exactly what we're doing through initiatives like UN80, which aims to enhance the UN's impact on the ground, simplify its structure, and forge stronger partnerships with other bodies, like international financial institutions, the private sector, and philanthropic organizations. Changing with the times also means making the most of today's opportunities. Earlier this week, I spoke with several UN youth representatives. They are growing up in a different time to you and me, with new concerns, but also new opportunities. We need their insights, not only because our decisions will affect their future, but above all, because they are the future. So if we are to move forward, we must work together by using AI and other technologies wherever possible. And the Kingdom of the Netherlands has already taken the lead on this by teaming up with donors and partners to explore new ways of boosting the efficiency and effectiveness of multilateral institutions. New ways, but not new principles. Because the guiding principles, as laid down in the UN Charter 80 years ago, remain unchanged. And today I'd like to reflect with you on the most important one of all, the protection of the international legal order. Back then, that inspired everything we stand for today, leading to a multilateral system of agreements and providing a powerful counterweight to the idea that might is right. In my part of the world, as well for a long time, but now we know that this is not a given. We've seen that in Ukraine, whose people have been suffering under Russian attacks for 3.5 years now. As Ukrainian troops continue fighting every day to protect their country, their families, and their right to self-determination, people in the areas occupied by Russia are enduring systematic oppression and grave human rights violations on a daily basis. We've seen several initiatives aimed at bringing peace closer since spring, such as the talks in Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and the US. But peace still seems like a very distant prospect. Ukraine has adopted a constructive stand, but so far Russia has shown no real willingness to accept the US proposals. And in the meantime, the war of aggression and the suffering continue unabated. But in case you're thinking, there goes another European who only wants to talk about European problems, let me assure you, that is not the case. If the UN 80 years have taught us anything, it's that all the big issues are closely interlinked. As a kingdom of different countries in different parts of the world, we know that better than anyone. Take food security. In the European part of our kingdom, we're approaching the limits of what the earth can sustain, while the Caribbean part of the kingdom has seen how vulnerable people are when they're dependent on others for their food security. And there are those other matters that we hear far too little about, even though they give cause for grave concern. Just look at what's happening in Sudan. Since April 23, more than 150,000 people have been killed, and 14 million more have had to flee their homes. All trade routes and aid corridors have been cut off, so for the past year, humanitarian organizations have been unable to provide more aid. As a result, half the Sudanese population is living with the reality of food insecurity. And in parts of Darfur and Kordofan, a famine has been declared. This has to stop. The Netherlands, together with the EU and donor countries, is therefore calling on all the warring parties to respect international law and allow humanitarian aid to reach those who need it. The Netherlands will continue supporting these humanitarian efforts for Sudan, not only by working via the UN and the Red Cross, but also by giving 60 million euros to the Sudan Humanitarian Fund this year, and almost 7 million euros to the Dutch Relief Alliance in Sudan. As I've said, the horrors unfolding in Sudan have barely registered in the outside world. The same cannot be said of the horrors unfolding in Gaza. Every day we see more heartbreaking images emerging from the region. Images we scarcely thought possible. Images that defy our understanding and even our faith in humanity. And there is only one appropriate response. This war, this suffering, must end now. That starts with the safe, independent and unlimited access of humanitarian aid for the suffering people of Gaza, including UN aid. And we will continue, at both national and European level, to urge the Israeli government to drastically change its course. The annexation of the West Bank and Gaza City is unacceptable, and we condemn any move in this direction. In addition, We are supporting the European Commission's proposal to restrict investment in Israeli companies that develop dual-use technologies. And we're also stating clearly that we want to suspend the EU-Israel Association Agreement, refuse goods from illegal settlements, and stop issuing export licenses for arms. At the same time, these actions must not obscure another truth. Hamas is a terrorist organization that must lay down its arms. There is no place for Hamas in the future governance of the Gaza Strip. What's more, the only route to a lasting peace is through negotiations that ultimately lead to a two-state solution. And with the signing of the Nuremberg Declaration in this high-level week, including by the Netherlands, we are taking a step on the path to a lasting peace. Ladies and gentlemen, as I come to the end of my remarks, I realize, as I'm sure you do too, how much work still needs to be done. How many areas in which we, the UN, have fallen short. And how long we've waited to adapt to this changing world. So I understand that some of us may be tempted to give in to despair. And yet, we cannot allow that. Because 80 years ago, a Dutch boy stood hand in hand with his father amid the ruins of Cologne. And in that wasteland appeared a glimmer of hope, sparked by what happened here in New York. A glimmer of hope that inspired Dirk Salomons and his father, and the peoples of these United Nations. We, the peoples. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Bart de Wever, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is the first time that I stand before you. I am 54 years old, which means that I was a teenager in the 1980s, when Ronald Reagan was president of this great country, a man that I admired and that I still admire. Today, I'm nostalgic of that time, because then I truly believed that the Western world was bound together by shared values and mutual respect. And I also believed that these values would eventually rule the entire world. Today, we are reminded of the Melian dialogue of the Greek historian Thucydides. He described how envoys from Athens forced the small neutral island of Melos to choose sides in the Peloponnesian War. If Melos refused, Athens would destroy it. Thucydides captured the brutal logic of power in one single sentence. The strong do what they can, and the weak suffer what they must. He may have been right about human nature, but that is not the world we want to live in today. Civilization means striving to be better than our basic instincts, to rise above them. The United Nations was born out of the most destructive war in human history to embody precisely that aspiration. And yet today, international organizations are under pressure. International law is under pressure. Respect for sovereignty is under pressure. Geopolitics often boil down to sheer ego politics, and I regret this deeply. That is why I stand before you today to advocate for a world anchored in mutual respect, a world of free and fair trade, a world of strong partnerships, respect and cooperation, a world based on international law, a world that tackles climate change, a world of peace, prosperity and progress. The United Nations remain crucial in pursuing that ambition. The United Nations are far from perfect, and this is why we support the UN 80 reform agenda, because the challenges we face are immense. And I would like to highlight two domains in which we urgently need to move forward: our security and our prosperity. First, security. All who cherish freedom must work to build resilient and vigilant societies. We face new forms of imperialism, new military threats, and violent conflicts that destabilize entire regions. This is not the path we choose, but neither can we afford to be naive. Those who wish for peace must be prepared to defend it. That is why we stand firmly with Ukraine. We must erect a barrier against those who look at us the way the Athenians looked at Melos. Belgium is therefore assuming its full responsibility, investing more in defense. Together with our European partners, we are striving for greater integration of our armed forces and defense industry. At the same time, we must strengthen ties with all countries committed to peace and stability. We must also confront the rise of international organized crime. Criminals know no borders. Criminal networks exploit the gaps between police forces and legal systems. They fuel terrorism, human trafficking, and the illegal arms trade. But there is hope. Across Europe and in Latin America, I have witnessed a new willingness to deepen cooperation. And I am convinced that many African and Asian countries struggle with the same problems. Together we can make our societies open for business, but closed for crime. Because the security of our citizens must always remain our first responsibility. That is the first great challenge we must tackle. Another major challenge we face is to ensure as much prosperity as possible for as many people as possible. The world today is once again gripped by protectionism, and yet the evidence of history is clear. For over 2 centuries, free and fair trade has been the only true engine of progress. It has decimated extreme poverty. It has dramatically increased life expectancy. It has enabled medical breakthroughs that defeated once devastating diseases. Free and fair trade is the way forward. We must nurture it, and we must defend it. We must tear down trade barriers. We must allow our economies to grow across borders. We must stimulate productivity, strengthen labor markets, and invest in innovation. In short, we must create prosperity that is globally shared. And let us remember, prosperity engenders peace. Prosperity builds trust. Belgium stands ready to be your partner in this endeavor. Belgium is and will always remain open for business. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, let us not succumb to the harsh logic of Thucydides. Let us prove that the destiny of humankind is not to dominate or to suffer, but to cooperate and to prosper. This is and should always remain the mission of the United Nations. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Allah Maye Halina, Prime Minister and Head of Government of the Republic of Chad. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President of the General Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, Secretary General of the United Nations. Because of constraints linked to his national agenda, Marshal Mahamat Idriss Déby Itno, President of the Republic of Chad, head of state, who wished to be involved in this important meeting at the United Nations, has not been able to come to New York. He would like to convey his sincere regret for not being here and has conferred upon me the task of delivering his message, which reaffirms Chad's commitment to the principles of multilateralism and the sovereignty of peoples. It is therefore for me a great honor to deliver to this august assembly the message of the President of the Republic of Chad, head of state, and I quote, Madam President of the General Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, Secretary General of the United Nations, I would like at the outset to honour God, the all-powerful force of wisdom and strength that enabled us to come here together in a spirit of dialogue to look at the challenges of our time and of our world, primarily the questions of development, but also international peace and security. I would like to convey our congratulations to Madam Annalena Baerbock, President of the 80th session of the General Assembly, on her election, and assure her of the full support of my country in carrying out her mandate. By the same token, I would like to express our sincere thanks to Ambassador Philemon Yang, outgoing President, for his outstanding leadership of the previous session. Thus, I would also like to express our sincere appreciation and our full support to Secretary General Mr. Antonio Guterres for his unfailing efforts to fly the flag of multilateralism high, embodied by the UN, whose mission and even raison d'etre is currently being tried by numerous challenges that are constantly affecting our common bedrock of humanity. Madam President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am speaking to you before this august assembly with a great weight of history and the force of a sincere conviction. The United Nations, 80 years after it was born, in the pain, so to speak, of wars, must come to life once again in the truth of our hopes. Better Together, 80 years for peace, development and human rights is more than just a celebration. It is something that strikes us an invitation to re-examine the role, the relevance and the political and moral legitimacy of our shared organization. It would be wrong to deny the historic merit of the UN. The UN has contributed to preserving global peace. It has helped decolonization. It has fostered human rights and provides a multilateral cooperation framework. Nonetheless, we need to underscore that 80 years after it was established, the UN is still far from having accomplished the aims that were conferred upon it by the Charter. Despite undeniable progress that I have mentioned, we have to note that the UN has never disappointed as much as it is today, in particular because of its inability to stop bloody conflicts that continue to prevail in several areas of the world, in Africa, in Asia, in South America. There is increasing defiance because too often major decisions taken by this organization seem to serve the interests of some great powers to the detriment of the aspirations of the countries of the South, because the Security Council remains a very fixed structure, a legacy of the post-war period, where Africa, the cradle of a fifth of humanity, remains excluded for all major representation, because sanction and intervention mechanisms are often selective and indignation seems to be conditioned on where it's happening geographically. We need to be bold enough to say here, peacekeeping missions of the UN have often failed in their promises and in their duty, be this in Haiti, in the CAR, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, or in Mali. The Blue Helmets, in certain cases, have been accused of inaction and even behavior that runs counter to the very principles of the organization that they represent. How can we understand that instead of protecting, some have been complicit in violations? How can we explain that after being there for decades, conflicts still persist and in some cases are worsening? These failures, often tragic, erode the legitimacy of the UN on the ground and in people's hearts. It is crucial for peacekeeping operations to be reformed very deeply and evaluated in a transparent way, refocused on their fundamental mission to protect civilians. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, for more than 7 decades, the world is witness powerless to a human and political tragedy. I'm talking to you about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the current situation in Gaza with indiscriminate bombing, thousands of civilian deaths, and the systematic destruction of vital infrastructure is a collective failure of the international community. We're not just talking about a conflict anymore. We're talking about a humanitarian scandal and an unprecedented moral challenge. The latent war between Israel and Iran, regional tensions and the inability of the UN to bring a lasting solution undermines not only stability in the Middle East, but peace throughout the entire world. As long as justice has not triumphed in Jerusalem and Gaza, there will be no clear, people's consciences will not be clear here in New York. As long as international law is flouted in Palestine, it will be weakened elsewhere. We are calling this year, as we do every decade, for the effective recognition of the Palestinian state in the 1967 borders, the immediate end to illegal settlement, and a political solution that guarantees the coexistence of two viable, free and secure states. To this end, my country welcomes the adoption by a broad majority of the New York Declaration on Palestine, dated the 12th of September 2025. This is a historic step forward and a major step in the quest for a just, comprehensive and lasting peace in the Middle East. Our collective duty from now on is to transform this strong declaration into specific acts and to turn the hope of the Palestinian people into a reality. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, in the area of development, the UN is struggling to make the collective step forward that is needed to ensure the implementation of international agendas, and primarily the 2030 Agenda. 5 years from the fateful deadline, we are going to have to mobilize annually more than $4,000 billion to meet the development financing deficit in poor countries. To this end, the civil commitment is, there is no doubt, our last chance to move from words to action to speed up the implementation of the SDGs. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, whether we're talking about peace or international security or development or climate action, the future of multilateralism, to which we're all committed, is really at stake here. For this, we need unfailing commitment, relentless determination, and more solidarity-based collective action and robust action to implement the common goals that we've established, such as the 2030 Agenda, the civil commitment, the Paris Agreement, the Pact for the Future, or the Doha Plan of Action for LDCs, the Antigua and Barbuda Plan of Action for small island developing states, and the Awaza Plan of Action for landlocked developing countries. Yes, the success of the UN will be judged in the light of our collective ability to help vulnerable countries such as African countries and countries in special situations, their ability to meet the challenges to ensure that no person be left behind. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, despite these legitimate frustrations with the UN and given the challenges that are increasing and becoming more complex from day to day, it is crucial that the world really needs the UN and it needs multilateralism, because the world's challenges can only be addressed through cooperation and collective action. The aspirations of the peoples of the world for a peaceful life, a healthy planet, and equal opportunities, access to well-being and prosperity, all whilst human rights are upheld, are valid, as are everybody's right to live in a just, fair and safe society. But they can only be ensured through multilateralism. Therefore, we have the Pact for the Future and the civil commitment. And these are exciting because they really translate this thirst, this desire for the UN. So it cannot disappoint or betray the legitimate aspirations of the people of the world. We cannot go it alone. We cannot stop this collective impetus. Of course, we're fully aware of the troubles that are there in the world because of the increase in unilateral actions and geopolitical tensions. But development aid here is seeing drastic cuts that are having a significant impact on the most vulnerable countries and communities, and are really hitting at the heart of the operations of the entire UN system. UN entities and agencies have had to cut off vital services that were benefiting the most vulnerable in the most fragile of countries: refugees, women, children, AIDS sufferers. Just overnight have been found cut off from treatment and healthcare, and therefore their lives are now in danger. It is crucial to preserve what has been achieved in carrying out the reform of the UN very painstakingly, because a fatal blow must not be brought to the UN, because it must carry out its most noble task to assist the most vulnerable. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, strengthening and preserving multilateralism, and it's something that we all want, also involves a long-expected reform of global governance. My country, therefore, has quickly implemented the recommendations of the Pact on the Reform of the International Financial Architecture and the UN by improving the working methods and strengthening the General Assembly. But also, we very much want to see the reform of the Security Council, and it is an extremely urgent matter. It goes without saying that if there is one body that really embodies all frustrations, all injustices, and all double standards, it is the inability of the UN to respond to the expectations of the people, then that is embodied in the Security Council. It is totally unacceptable that Africa, the cradle of humanity, the demographic lungs of the entire world, and the strategic driving force of the 21st century, remains marginalized in the highest echelons of international governance. This exclusion is not just a political aberration, it is a historic injustice, and this injustice must be addressed without delay. For several years now, Africa has been calling consistently and with dignity for what is its right: 2 permanent seats in the United Nations Security Council with a veto right in line with the Esselwini Consensus. This is not a favour or a concession. It is a call for justice, for representation, and for coherence. The world cannot claim to be in favour of peace, balance, and legitimacy while more than 1 billion people are held to one side, kept to one side of vital decisions for the future of the planet. We are not asking for permission in Africa. We are reaffirming our voice, our vision, and our vocation in Africa. Unfortunately, many people believe that a lot of the world is indifferent to the ills that Africans are facing, and the Security Council is just providing very basic service. There are multiple meetings on issues pertaining to the continent, but they have very little impact on people. The facts can attest to this. For example, 14 years have passed and Libya is still in a political impasse, and so it is pushing peace back into the annals of history. In Sudan, civilians have been abandoned to their sad fate because the Security Council has not been able to, or has not wanted to, shoulder its responsibility by bringing the warmongers to cessation of hostilities and to ensuring and bringing about a peaceful settlement of their disputes. This inability of the Council to fully play its role as the guarantor of international peace and security is a reason to speed up its reform, to adapt to the reality of today's world, and to make it more inclusive, more representative, more democratic, and therefore more effective. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam President, in a world that is constantly changing, where there is increasing interdependence and challenges transcend borders, my country, Chad, would like to reaffirm from this rostrum a fundamental truth. State sovereignty is the bedrock of international order. Sovereignty is not a privilege or a concession. It is an inalienable right enshrined in the United Nations Charter. It guarantees that each people can take ownership of their own destiny. It ensures the free determination of its political, economic, and cultural choices and the respect for its own identity. In this body of nations, each state is one particular note bringing about global harmony. Nobody should be silenced. Nobody should be constrained to be uniform. Sovereignty is the very precondition for dialogue, peace and international justice. This is why we are calling for more fair global governance where the states of the South, emerging nations, voices that have long been marginalized, can fully enjoy their rights to speak, to take part in decisions, and to enjoy dignity. Africa is calling for its legitimate place in global governance. The United Nations cannot just accept symbolic arrangements anymore. A root and branch institutional reform is necessary.
Madam President, my country, Chad, in the heart of Africa, is both a witness to and part of the struggle for peace and security. We're at the crossroads of all contemporary challenges: security, humanitarian, climate challenges, but also major sources of hope. Our country is facing the persistent threat of terrorism, which is destabilizing the region of the Lake Chad Basin. Given the threat posed by Boko Haram, Chad has not received any external support and has had to deal with this on our own. This sacrifice bared by the people of Chad, which has often been done without receiving gratitude, bears witness to our country's commitment to bring about peace and security. It is time for the international community to recognize this reality and to support us in this struggle. Above and beyond security, Chad is also facing the tragic effects of climate change. We are seeing droughts and natural disasters affecting our food security and undermining our development. We are calling for heightened solidarity to provide equal access to financing, to green technologies and vaccines, which are critical to build resilient and fair societies. In this context, we urgently need to step up efforts to preserve our ecosystem, notably around the Lake Chad Basin, where the retreat of this lake is directly threatening the life of millions of people. Chad and many other countries in Africa have virtually no greenhouse gas emissions, and nevertheless they are bearing the brunt of a crisis that they did not cause. That is why we're calling for fairer global governance where Africa can have its legitimate place. We're calling for effective climate justice and equal access to financing, to green technologies and vaccines. Madam President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Chad has been through many different political convulsions and is part of a sub-regional context which is marked by crises, conflicts and wars. But we were able to overcome this transition, holding our head high. Our country has been able to overcome the most pessimistic predictions, and we have been able to make progress based on dialogue, which has been part and parcel of this transition. From this rostrum, I would like to express our gratitude to God and to the people of Chad who have made this success possible. We would like to thank our partners, and in particular the UN, for their decisive support. Thanks to this multifaceted support, Chad has been able to take decisive steps forward towards democratic and inclusive governance. I'm certain that my compatriots will continue with this momentum and that we'll be able to overcome the remaining challenges. And in so doing, we will continue dialogue and national reconciliation to bring about peace and national unity, to defend our territory, and to overcome the challenge of achieving socio-economic development. All of these measures are part and parcel of the political program which led to my election in May of 2024. It is in this context that the government has just adopted the new National Development Plan for 2025-2030, which is the Chad Connection 2030. This focuses on 4 key domains, and it aims to carry out significant changes in our economy and in our society. In order to realize this ambitious program, Chad is intending to mobilize $30 billion US, of which 46% are expected to come from the private sector. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite all our partners to the roundtable for the mobilization of resources, which is scheduled for the 7th and 8th of November in Abu Dhabi in the UAE. As concerns the situation in Sudan, we'd like to express our deep concern about the war which is devastating that country and which is affecting the entire region with incalculable humanitarian, socio-economic, environmental and security consequences. When it comes to the humanitarian domain, for instance, the situation to the east of Chad is deeply alarming. Ladies and gentlemen, the impact of this crisis on people is also significant. We are seeing that the number of refugees from Sudan into Chad is more than 2 million, of whom 1.5 million have arrived since the 15th of April 2023. In the east, the west and the south, refugees, notably from Sudan, Nigeria and Cameroon, have been coming in significant numbers. We have a sense of humanitarian duty, and we will continue to open our doors to welcome our brothers and sisters, notably from Sudan. But we cannot bear this significant burden for humanitarian assistance alone, and that is why I call upon the international community to help these people and to help Chad to overcome this challenge with support. In the military domain, the continuation of hostilities in Sudan will only extend the suffering of civilians from Sudan and exacerbate the humanitarian situation in combat areas and also in neighboring countries such as Chad, who continue to see the further influx of refugees. Chad regrets the fact that the numerous appeals for a ceasefire have not been heard, and we urge the parties immediately to cease hostilities, to facilitate humanitarian access, and to engage once again in political dialogue. We are convinced that the current crisis in Sudan cannot be resolved through weapons, but rather through peaceful means, through inclusive inter-Sudanese dialogue, so that lasting peace can be achieved. Chad, which has a position of strict neutrality vis-à-vis the conflict in Sudan, and which has always supported efforts to bring about peace in Sudan, reaffirms its commitment to peace in Sudan and its availability to contribute to any initiative that can promote dialogue between the protagonists to end this war which has lasted too long. On the situation in the Central African Republic, Chad welcomes the positive momentum towards bringing about peace, to achieve national reconciliation and socio-economic progress, which are all still ongoing in that country. We welcome the policy that His Excellency Faustin Archange Touadéra of the CAR has been rolling out, thanks also to the mediation that Chad has had the honor to be part of. We reaffirm our commitment to the peace and stability of the CAR, and we are willing to further make efforts to support peace and reconciliation in that country. Ladies and gentlemen, beyond our region, Africa as a whole remains a continent that crystallizes all attention, in spite of our marginalization in global governance. If the UN wishes to survive the next few decades, it must once again become the house of the people and not just that of the powerful. The UN must speak to young people in the Sahel, mothers in Gaza, to farmers in the Amazon, to displaced persons in Sudan, refugees in Ukraine and Burma, with one voice, that of shared humanity. Better together, that means recognizing our failures so that better to overcome them in the future. Better together means admitting that no one has a monopoly on truth or pain. Better together means finally building an international system where every nation counts and where every human life has the same value. We therefore call on the UN to once again find its soul and its moral power. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, Chad believes in peace. Chad believes in the UN. But even more than this, Chad believes in humanity, because Chad is the cradle of humanity, because we are convinced that together, united in diversity, we can overcome the challenges of our time. We can change the world. We can protect fundamental rights. We can ensure that peace wins out, and we can bring about sustainable development for all. the words of Idriss Déby Itno, the President of Chad. I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency Prime Minister and Head of Government of the Republic of Chad. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Kamil El Tayeb Idris, the Transitional Prime Minister of the Republic of Sudan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam Annalena Baerbock, President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies and Majesties, Kings and Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations, peace and God's blessings be upon you. I congratulate Ms. Annalena Baerbock on her election as President of the General Assembly's 80th session. I also congratulate Mr. Philemon Yang on his presidency of the General Assembly at its previous session, and we appreciate his good performance and the efforts that he made for the cause of peace. We especially appreciate His Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his tireless efforts and valuable initiatives for peace and justice, and for the achievement of the goals and principles of the United Nations, and for his support for the causes of developing countries. I stand before you today. I stand before you today on behalf of the civilian government of the Sudan. I stand before you today on behalf of the civilian government of the Sudan and on behalf of the proud Sudanese people to fulfill the pledge made by His Excellency President Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, Chairman of the Sovereignty Council, at this August Global Forum, a pledge to appoint a civilian prime minister with independent powers to consolidate the values of civilian governance and democratic transition.
I stand before you from the banks of the Nile, from the land where history runs as deep as the river itself, from where the deserts know the footprints of ancient kingdoms, ancient civilizations, and from where, in this present hour, the dust still carries the scent of war. Sudan has bled. Our villages and cities have fallen silent under the shadow of unprecedented war, unprecedented invasion in the history of mankind. Our children have known fear before they have known the meaning of life. And yet, amid the ashes of war, there is a unique pulse that refuses to die. It beats in the refugee's quiet prayer, in the farmer who plants, though he may never reap, and in the mother who sings her child to sleep beneath an open sky. From that pulse, distinguished leaders of the world, from that pulse, I share with you these words. Amalun.
Hope reborn of our unity and strength emanating in our peace.
I wish to say, in addition to this, that Sudan is a great civilization. Its resources are necessary for the entire world.
Madam President, we are witnessing great challenges. We are facing enormous dangers posed to the principles of the Charter and multilateralism, while threatening regional and international stability. Meanwhile, the norms of international law are being eroded as the crimes of genocide, aggression, and the employment of foreign mercenaries to occupy the territories of states and slaughter their peoples. These crimes multiply in contempt of the Charter and in violation of international law, as is now happening in my country. Mr. President, we must build trust. We must reinforce transparency and strengthen the role of the General Assembly, preventive diplomacy, and the peaceful settlement of conflicts. The capacity and the role of the United Nations can be strengthened through collective action and multilateral international cooperation. We can take advantage of the momentum generated by the UN-80 initiative, the outcomes of the future summit, and of major international conferences. Despite the international consensus on the illegality of unilateral sanctions and unilateral coercive measures which violate international law, these sanctions continue. They are imposed for political reasons, which threatens the values and bonds of international cooperation, international relations, and the rights of peoples to development, well-being, and the enjoyment of human rights, especially in developing and least developed countries. We are concerned over the political exploitation of human rights and their use as a means to pressure our country without considering the economic aspects of human rights that are affected by these unilateral sanctions and measures. we renew our rejection, our absolute rejection of hate speech, racism, extremism, Islamophobia, and all forms of discrimination and racial supremacy that threaten humanity as a whole. Mr. President, during the past 3 years, the people of the Sudan have been subject to existential dangers and threats as a result of the crimes perpetrated by the rebel Rapid Support Militia. The people of Sudan have been forced out of their homes and of their homeland to flee systematic killing and torture and looting and rape and humiliation and the savage destruction of all the components of life, the basic components of life. These actions were deliberate. These actions were part of an integrated project to control Sudan, to plunder its wealth, and to change the demographics of its population. Preserving the sovereignty of the state and its well-established national institutions is a top priority. It is an existential issue for the Sudanese people. Therefore, the civilian transition and democratic transformation under the leadership of the civilian government of hope and the establishment of peace will not be achieved without ensuring that we have strong national institutions that preserve the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the state. The international community, and you are the leaders of this international community. You are the entire international family. The international community must work to stop the flows of lethal weapons, advanced ones, to the terrorist militia. It must condemn the militia, criminalize it, and classify it as a terrorist group, and must stop the flow of mercenaries. Violating Resolution 1591 threatens to prolong the war and prolong the suffering of civilians with it. It decreases the chances of peace and threatens the safety, unity, and stability of Sudan and the entire region. Achieving comprehensive peace in Sudan requires the participation of Sudanese political forces and the different walks of Sudanese society in decision-making and in determining their future, because they are the true stakeholders. There must be no foreign interference or pressure, no hasty partial solutions, and no support for ethnic political extremism that plots to destroy Sudan. We affirm from this podium the commitment of the government of Sudan to the roadmap, which was drawn up by a group of national forces and civil organizations, and which we presented to the United Nations and to the mediators. This roadmap includes a ceasefire accompanied by the withdrawal of the terrorist Rapid Support Militia from the areas and cities it occupies. It includes lifting the siege of the city of Al-Fashir immediately. Lifting the siege on the city of Al-Fashir immediately, as well as the city's environs, in implementation of Security Council Resolution 2736, adopted over a year ago. Imagine this. This resolution was adopted by the Security Council over a year ago, and nothing has happened to this very day. Is this plausible? Let us take a moment to reflect. Children are dying. Women are dying. The elderly are dying because of starvation, and the international community is silent. All of these measures include the dignified and safe return of the displaced and of refugees. It includes facilitating humanitarian access to the needy and affected, and continuing with the transitional political process towards democracy. Here, advanced steps, truly advanced ones, have been taken to implement this roadmap. I have formed a civilian government of technocrats that will engage in a Sudanese national dialogue that includes all political and societal forces to lay the groundwork for elections that are free and fair, and to engage positively with regional and international communities. In this context, the government has committed and continues to facilitate all procedures for all Sudanese citizens abroad to return and engage in this important historic dialogue. Mr. President, one of the priorities of the civilian government of hope is to work to achieve objectives that include the following: achieving peace as a top priority, establishing the rule of law, a state based on the rule of law, fighting poverty and corruption in all its forms, activating transitional justice, accountability, ending impunity, adopting a balanced foreign policy, engaging positively with international and regional organizations, providing services such as electricity, water, security, pensions, revitalizing rural development, providing national health care, and laying the groundwork for comprehensive national elections with regional and international observers. We will work to remove the remnants of war, to return to the capital, the national capital, Khartoum, and start reconstruction efforts, raise the quality of the health sector, and increase the participation of women and youth in the national dialogue for peace. Mr. President, the government of the Sudan affirms its commitment to humanitarian international law. The government of Sudan developed a comprehensive national plan for the protection of civilians that it submitted to the Security Council and the Secretary General of the United Nations. The plan covers all aspects of protection, including the establishment of a national mechanism of protection and a mechanism that facilitates humanitarian access and supports United Nations humanitarian efforts and the rule of law, accountability, and action to halt the proliferation of weapons and combat violence against women and children. This plan addresses issues of displaced persons and the refugees and seeks to achieve a comprehensive peace. Moreover, the government has signed a cooperation framework with the United Nations. And in this regard, the government renews its commitment to facilitate, protect, and secure the passage of humanitarian aid through all the agreed-upon crossings identified by the government of Sudan. The continued international silence on the crimes of the rebel terrorist militia and their siege of the city of Al-Fashir and their bombing of IDP camps and places of worship and educational institutions, their looting of markets and of public and private property, and their destruction of health facilities throughout the country. This silence is tantamount to an encouragement and to giving a green light for these militias to continue with their crimes and their violations. Our doors will remain open. Our doors will remain open to the United Nations and regional and international organizations. We call on the international community to support the choices of the Sudanese people and their civilian government, and to support African solutions to conflicts through the will and national ownership and without any tutelage. Mr. President, the dangerous deterioration and escalation and the status quo, what has become of the situation in the Middle East, especially the catastrophic situation in occupied Palestine and the Gaza Strip, warn of serious consequences for the region and its people and its peoples. And here we renew our conviction that no stability and no security will be achieved in the region without a just and permanent and comprehensive settlement of the Palestinian question. That would allow for the establishment of an independent, sovereign Palestinian state with Al-Quds as its capital on the borders of June 1967 in accordance with international legitimacy resolutions. And here we condemn the blatant Israeli attack on the sovereignty of the sisterly state of Qatar, which threatens international peace and security.
Without peace, there is no viable future. Without peace, there is no viable future.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
is supportive of peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development goals, without which there will be no lasting peace. However, let me say it clearly and openly. Our sovereignty and territorial integrity are red lines. We will never give up. I promise you, we will never give up, and I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency, the Transitional Prime Minister of the Republic of Sudan. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Américo de Oliveira dos Ramos, Prime Minister and Head of Government of the Democratic Republic of São Tomé and Príncipe. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me, Excellencies, to express the profound honor of addressing this distinguished assembly on behalf of the Democratic Republic of São Tomé and Príncipe, at a time when the international community faces challenges of unprecedented complexity. The theme of the 80th session, Better Together, resonates not only as an ideal, but as an imperative necessity for humanity, for collective development and prosperity. On this solemn occasion, we express our solidarity with all nations that, in recent months, have endured natural disasters, conflicts, and humanitarian crises. Here we speak not of mere statistics, but of real human lives, of broken families, of entire communities forced into suffering. Your losses are felt by us all, and your resilience inspires us to redouble our efforts in pursuit of a safer and fairer world. In the same spirit, I take this opportunity to warmly congratulate Your Excellency, Madam President Annalena Baerbock, on your election to preside over this august and historic session. Your vast diplomatic experience and commitment to multilateralism are guarantees of wise and effective leadership. I assure you, Madam President, of the full support of São Tomé and Príncipe in the fulfillment of your mandate. Likewise, I extend warm congratulations to the outgoing President, Philemon Yang, for his very successful leadership of the previous session, which greatly honored the legacy of all those who came before him. I could not fail to pay a well-deserved tribute to the Secretary General Antonio Guterres, whose tireless and persistent voice in defense of peace, human rights, and sustainable development continues to serve as a moral compass for our organization. His visionary leadership has contributed to revitalizing the United Nations and adapting it to the pressing challenges of the 21st century. Madam President, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, São Tomé and Príncipe comes before this Assembly with a message of hope and a call to action. In recent years, our country has made remarkable progress in consolidating democracy, promoting peace, and defending human rights. We are an example that even with limited resources, it is possible to build an open, pluralistic, and tolerant society and to sow the seeds of a better future. The privileged geographical position of São Tomé and Príncipe in the heart of the Gulf of Guinea grants us an added responsibility in promoting regional stability and security. Our country has sought to establish itself as a natural bridge between continental Africa and the Atlantic island communities, facilitating dialogue, cooperation, cultural and economic exchange, combating piracy, and promoting safe trade routes that benefit the entire international community. Our democratic journey, which has become a reference in our sub-region, is marked by the regular holding under existing law of free and transparent elections, by the active participation of political actors and civil society, and by the guarantee of freedom of the press. We believe that democracy is a fundamental pillar of sustainable development and lasting peace. Domestically, the São Toméan state has responsibly undertaken reform processes in the fiscal, economic, judicial, and public administration sectors, implementing public policies aimed at improving human development indicators. Yet we recognize that the progress achieved remains fragile and constantly under threat. Excellencies, the recent graduation of São Tomé and Príncipe to the category of middle-income country in December 2024, becoming the 8th to achieve such milestone, constitutes without a doubt a significant achievement and a just recognition of the efforts made by our people. This graduation is the fruit of concrete and measurable gains that attest to our progress. Between 2020 and 2022, our gross national per capita income reached $2,271, significantly surpassing the graduation threshold set at $1,306. At the same time, our Human Development Index showed remarkable progress, rising from 59.3 in 2002 to 91.4 in 2024, far above the threshold of 66 points. These indicators reflect advances in fundamental areas such as health, education, and macroeconomic stability. Nevertheless, while this achievement honors us, it also places us before new and demanding challenges that require appropriate responses. It is in this context that we appeal to the international community to ensure that this transition is carried out gradually and harmoniously, accompanied by continuous and transformative support, so that we may advance in the economic and productive sectors, preserve the gains achieved, and prevent our hard-won progress from being undermined. Aligned with our development efforts, we have defined a vision and a National Sustainable Development Strategy 2026-2040, anchored in sustainable tourism, which will be presented at the Investment Forum scheduled for December of this year in Brussels. On this occasion, we appeal to and invite our bilateral and multilateral development partners to participate actively in this important event, which represents a unique opportunity to establish lasting strategic partnerships. This forum will provide a privileged platform to present our national priority projects, attract foreign direct investment, and consolidate alliances that will accelerate our transition to a green and resilient economy. The implementation of the SDGs remains our primary priority. Despite challenges, we have made significant progress in areas such as health, education, and access to energy. However, the impacts of the recent global health crisis, coupled with the ensuing global economic crisis and the reduction of development financing, reflecting a decline in solidarity and new donor country priorities, have slowed our progress toward the SDGs. This requires a joint and redoubled effort from our country. São Tomé and Príncipe remains firmly committed to the 2030 agenda. Our current performance places us 112th among 167 countries with a score of 64, reflecting the significant challenges we still face, notably in Sustainable Development Goal 8, decent work and economic growth. This highlights the urgency of diversifying our economy and creating more opportunities for our youth, the fundamental pillar of our future. We are fully aware that we still have a long road ahead. With satisfaction, we recognized our best performance in Sustainable Development Goal 14, Life Below Water, which constitutes tangible proof of our unwavering commitments to marine protection and the sustainable management of our ocean resources. Excellencies, São Tomé and Príncipe reaffirms its commitment to the biosphere and to the protection of biodiversity, promoting public policies for the preservation and sustainable use of natural resources. We also note the conclusion of our rotating presidency of the Community of Portuguese-Speaking Countries, exercised under the theme Youth and Sustainability. which reflected our vision of a future built on inclusion, youth empowerment, and collective responsibility for protecting the environment. São Tomé and Príncipe is proud to be a pioneer in global biodiversity conservation, with the island of Príncipe having been recognized by UNESCO in 2010 as a World Biosphere Reserve, an acknowledgement of the exceptional nature of our ecosystems and of our exemplary commitment to environmental preservation. We now look forward with equal anticipation to the conclusion of the ongoing process that will, at the 5th World Congress of Biosphere Reserves, designate the island of São Tomé as a World Biosphere Reserve, along with the creation of 8 marine protected areas. Once completed, these initiatives will make São Tomé and Príncipe the first country in the world with its entire national territory designated as a World Biosphere Reserve, alongside extensive marine biodiversity protection areas. This will represent an unprecedented milestone in global conservation history and position our archipelago as a living laboratory of sustainability and global model for small island developing states. I also highlight the decision of the Economic Community of Central African States to establish in São Tomé and Príncipe the regional headquarters dedicated to the blue economy. This initiative reflects our vision of sustainable development that balances economic growth with the preservation of marine ecosystems, a vital heritage for all humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, as a small island developing state, we face one of the greatest injustices of our time. We are among the main victims of climate change, despite not contributing to this global scourge. Our greenhouse gas emissions are practically negligible on the global scale, yet we suffer from heavy rains, floods, the destruction of infrastructure, displacement of populations, and social problems, all consequences of climate change driven by the irresponsible actions of the world's largest polluters. In light of this reality, we need new approaches to financing mechanisms that incorporate multidimensional vulnerability criteria, integrating environmental, climate, and structural risks that do not focus solely on per capita income. We require financial instruments that are more predictable and accessible, with concessional conditions, lower interest rates, and repayment terms compatible with our real capacity, as well as simplified procedures for accessing multilateral climate funds, namely the Green Climate Fund and the Adaptation Fund, whose current administrative complexity excludes countries with limited institutional capacity. These reforms are essential to ensure that international financing translates into tangible resilience and sustainable development for small island developing states. Excellencies, development requires a context of peace and security. We are deeply concerned by the proliferation of conflicts in various regions of the world, from Ukraine to Sudan, including the Sahel, the Great Lakes, and the Horn of Africa, causing immense human suffering and undermining development efforts in those regions of the continent. In this regard, we advocate for the peaceful resolution of all these conflicts, because only silencing the guns can create an environment in which a better future with peace and development for all peoples can be built. São Tomé and Príncipe strongly condemns all forms of violence and aggression. We stand for full respect of international law and the Charter of the United Nations. We reiterate our call for a peaceful and lasting solution for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict based on the coexistence of two states with secure and internationally recognized borders. We urge the international community to intensify support for African peace and security initiatives, always respecting African leadership and endogenous solutions. São Tomé and Príncipe solemnly reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the fundamental principles of non-interference, in the internal affairs of sovereign states and respect for territorial integrity, essential pillars of the international law and the UN Charter. São Tomé and Príncipe also expressed its deep concern regarding the persistent disregard of the international community's appeals for the lifting of economic, financial, and commercial restrictions imposed on the Republic of Cuba. We observe that with concern, the worsening of these policies through new extraterritorial measures that compromise Cuba's economy and affect its resilient people. Domestically, we remain committed to consolidating peace and stability, essential conditions for our progress. In this regard, a reform of our security and defense system is underway, aimed at institutional modernization, technical capacity building, and the construction of a more effective, transparent, and resilient sector, founded on a preventive approach to conflict. However, this is a demanding process that requires the cooperation of our international partners, both technically and financially, to guarantee its success. Distinguished participants, to control these challenges, we need a revitalized United Nations, more agile and more representative of the diversity of today's world. We support reform of the Security Council so that it reflects 21st century geopolitical realities and includes at least one permanent seat for the African continent. It is equally crucial to reduce bureaucracy within the UN system so that our organization can respond more rapidly and effectively in global crises. We need a UN that is closer to the people it serves, more transparent, more inclusive in its decision-making, and more accountable for its results. Cross-cutting issues such as women's empowerment and multilingualism must be at the heart of this reform. São Tomé and Príncipe has made significant progress in promoting gender equality, with women occupying leadership positions in government, parliament, the judiciary, and the private sector. We cannot build a sustainable future without the full participation of women at all levels of decision-making. São Tomé and women are the pillars of our society, leaders in their communities, and agents of change in their families. Madam President, in conclusion, I wish to reiterate the unwavering commitment of São Tomé and Príncipe to multilateralism. In an increasingly polarized world, we believe that cooperation and solidarity are the only weapons capable of overcoming the challenges that threaten us all. As a small island, our voice may be modest, but we bring a message of great significance to the world. Our strength lies in the unity of peoples and in our capacity to converge efforts toward a common destiny. Our hope is nourished by the conviction that, united, we can build a more just, sustainable, and harmonious future for all, and by our resolve truly to be better together. In this spirit, I cannot fail to congratulate the United Nations on its 80th anniversary. 8 decades of tireless service to peace, human dignity, and sustainable development have made this organization a symbol of hope for all humanity. We therefore reaffirm our confidence in the central role of the UN as the pillar of multilateralism, and we renew our commitment to continue walking side by side so that all peoples may live in peace with justice and prosperity. At this solemn moment, I would also like to express our sincere gratitude to all cooperation partners with whom São Tomé and Príncipe has the privilege to work. In particular, I highlight the support of the United Nations and its various agencies, whose contributions have been decisive in strengthening institutions and improving the living conditions of the São Toméan people. Our gratitude also extends to our bilateral, multilateral, and regional partners, whose solidarity has allowed our country to overcome structural challenges and move forward on the path of progress. São Tomé and Príncipe will continue to be an active voice and make its contribution on the international agenda, advocating for democracy and peace, for justice and equality, for sustainable development, and for a prosperous and shared future centered on people and on the good of humanity. Together we can build a world where no child, youth, woman, or elderly person goes hungry or suffers violence, where no family fears climate change, and where all peoples can live in peace with dignity and happiness. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Head of Government of the Democratic Republic of São Tomé and Príncipe. I now give the floor to His Excellency David Lammy, Lord Chancellor and Secretary of State for Justice and Deputy Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Well, thank you, President, Your Excellencies, colleagues, and friends. Having witnessed the United Nations work throughout his life, His Majesty the King has asked me to offer a personal message of his congratulations to the UN on its 80th anniversary. The United Nations is a powerful testament to our collective determination for a better world. The King recalls that on the eve of the first UN General Assembly, His Majesty's grandfather, King George VI, told the delegates gathered in London, "In the long course of our history, no more important meeting has ever taken place within its boundaries. Millions of people across the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth, and the wider international community share the view that the UN's founding principles and the work of its organizations remain essential, particularly as the world must face new and pressing challenges. Let us affirm these principles as the United Nations responds to today's reality and evolves for tomorrow's challenges." My friends, today I echo His Majesty's sentiments, and I join him in celebrating the remarkable institution's proud 80 years as we reaffirm our historic commitment to the United Nations. We must face the challenges of the present. A present in which we in the United Kingdom do not stand up for one nation's rights whilst ignoring others, but act resolutely with the Charter as our compass. This is why I want to address directly the Israeli-Palestinian tragedy. What is happening in Gaza is indefensible. It is inhumane. It is utterly unjustifiable, and it must end now. The people of Palestine, whose state we proudly recognize this week, and the people of Israel deserve better than the horrific acts by Hamas on October the 7th that left children without their parents and parents without their children. Better than the torment of families waiting desperately for the return of their loved ones from the most barbaric captivity. Better than the fanatical rule by Hamas, a vile, pitiless terrorist organization that must have no future in Gaza. Better than Israel's denial of life-saving humanitarian aid and the catastrophic famine that it has caused. As Israel escalates its military operations and displaces Palestinian families again and again and again, there can be no answer to these horrors but concerted diplomatic action to keep the hope of peace alive. As we work with leaders from across the region and beyond in support of the US's efforts to build a consensus around a durable plan for peace, we commend the momentum achieved by the United States, Arab and Muslim states. Annexation must be prevented, a process for peace advanced, and this terrible, terrible war ended. There can be no answer except for the hostages out now, aid in now, and a ceasefire now. And I vow to you that we will not rest until this day has come, and there are two states living side by side in peace and security. Friends, we stand with Palestine because we believe in the values of the UN Charter, in equal rights, self-determination, and the dignity of all peoples. We stand with Ukraine because we must defend the core values of the UN Charter: sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the respect for international law. And because the world will suffer if aggression is allowed to pay. We must all strive for a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, which maintains the integrity of our UN Charter and sees Ukraine emerge from Russia's brutal war as a sovereign, secure, and independent nation. President Zelensky has shown his commitment to that peace at every turn, while President Putin savagely rains down ever more missiles and drones on the Ukrainian people. Our message to Ukraine is clear. We will stand with you today, tomorrow, and 100 years from now. We also stand with the people of Sudan because we never forget the values of the UN Charter, of human rights, and the pursuit of peace for all men and women. This is a conflict waged against Sudan's civilian population, millions displaced, more facing famine. As I speak, the long-besieged city of El Fasher is falling, its people facing unspeakable atrocities. The people of El Fasher and all across Sudan need the international community to come together to make renewed efforts to achieve peace and allow aid to reach those who desperately need it now. We do all this with our charter as our guide, in the name of the equal rights of men and women and nations large and small. The United Nations and its reform are vital because we need our United Nations more than ever to confront these tragedies and to face our historic opportunity as we are living through a moment of revelation. A new technological frontier is coming into view. We are entering a bracing new era of promise, power, and potential. You know, my friends, to live through the Industrial Revolution was to see the first iron bridges that mankind had made, the first railways, the first smokestacks. And to live today through the technological revolution as we are, it is to witness the coming of the internet, the spread of smartphones, and now the dawn of super powerful AI. This is a lightning strike of change, a technological revolution which our leading scientists think could only be compared to the Industrial Revolution, compressed into a decade. This is a moment of truth for us, our institutions, and our ability to work together. And I believe we must act. I see promise on this technological frontier. AI is the most powerful new lever we have to advance the Charter's vision of social progress, better standards of life. This is why it is at the very heart of my own country's growth plan. I believe that by embracing artificial intelligence, we can all build better businesses. We can better fight crime. Look, for example, at dirty money. By spotting fraud in real time, we can crack down on illicit finance, a fight we will lead at a UK-hosted summit next year. And AI is not hypothetically making lives better, it is already saving them. At Imperial College, a new AI stethoscope detects major heart conditions in seconds. In our National Health Service, AI mammogram trials double the speed of diagnosis. And AI research tools are unlocking new drug combos to fight cancer. On the horizon, the promise of fusion power, powering limitless servers through quantum computing, enabling ever stronger AI, could unleash ever more advanced biotech. This is the defining opportunity of our generation, and we must run towards it with hope. I believe in this promise. I believe in our UN values, which is why this promise must now be shared. We are witnessing a truly historic surge in investment in AI. This investment promises outstanding productivity gains, and with it, growth of historic proportions. Yet while this promise may well be diffuse, for now it remains concentrated. But there's not just possibility on the technological frontier. There are profound challenges as well, as AI is being used to consolidate repression, fuel disinformation, empower criminals across the internet. Authoritarian states, notably Russia, are manipulating large-scale, large language models so that chatbots answer in the voice of their propaganda across the world. Organized crime is using AI to supercharge their scams, deceiving victims on an unprecedented scale. This is the truth. AI can empower freedom, or it can entrench repression. AI can empower truth, or it can entrench lies. AI can empower law, or it can empower crime. Only by cooperation together can we set artificial intelligence on the right millennia-defining course. So my question is this: how can we most effectively share the glittering prizes of this new era across our global community? Well, this is how. We must invest, invest, invest. We must partner, 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 because without a concerted effort, we risk a world of ever deeper inequality, where the benefits of this technology fail to reach those who need it most. That revolution in healthcare, that revolution in education, that revolution in opportunity, this we must share. This is the world we face, and we take it and its challenges as it is, but never lose sight of the world as it can be. This is why our approach to foreign policy is one of progressive realism, patiently advancing progress through pragmatism and persistence. I see this in the United Nations as it approaches the technological frontier. I salute the Secretary General for championing the Global Digital Compact, which embodies both progress and realism. And this is why I commend the new independent international scientific panel on AI, which will provide evidence-based assessments to all. And I welcome the new global dialogue on AI governance. It is in this spirit of progressive realism that the UK champions AI as a bridge builder across the Atlantic, across the Commonwealth, and across continents, seeking everywhere to share its extraordinary potential. This is why we invest so heavily in the AI Security Institute, with more dedicated researchers than anywhere else in the world, and this is why we launched OpenBind and its gigantic data set. And this is why we champion AI for development, working with 10 African partners, creating AI ecosystems that empower thousands of communities to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. And this drives our digital access programs, which seek to narrow the technological divide for millions. I have seen this happening with my own eyes. I've been so moved to see in Africa, the continent of my ancestors, the young entrepreneurs using artificial intelligence to launch and scale so many businesses that I know will astonish the world, like the UK-funded startup Vinsight, supported by our Assistive Technologies program, which is using its AI-powered app to help thousands of blind Nigerian students read, learn, and live more independently. This is the promise of tech, the promise of growth, the promise of a better world. A better tomorrow turns on one pivotal question. Can we seize the potential in the technological revolution? Can we commit to forging AI as a force for freedom, prosperity, and human dignity? I believe we can together, and together we must. Thank you very much indeed.
I thank the Lord Chancellor and Secretary of State for Justice and Deputy Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Beate Meilen-Reisinger, Federal Minister for European and International Affairs of Austria.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. As the Austrian Foreign Minister, it is both truly an honor and a profound responsibility to address this assembly today. Yet, I am not only a foreign minister and, by the way, a party leader, I'm also a mother of 3 daughters. When I reflected about why I'm coming to New York to participate in the General Assembly, it became clear to me. The values of the United Nations are the very same values that my husband and I try to pass down to our children. That conflict and dispute can and must be resolved by mediation. That every human being, regardless of their offspring, sex, religion, or race, deserves dignity and owns the same rights. That rules have to be followed by everyone, and big problems can only be solved together, and that every one of us has the responsibility to act not only in their own interest, but to work for a better future for everyone. I suppose that all parents around the globe share a common wish for their children to grow up with the promise of a bright future, especially now, especially in critical times like these, especially in times when these values and simple rules are threatened by disrespect. Madam President, Excellencies, when I listen to my oldest daughter, a teenager, I sometimes get the feeling that weighs really heavy on me. Namely, that for our children, for my children's generation, the future does not seem brighter than the present. We all can sense that there are fundamental fears. Fears of war and conflict, fears of climate change, of radicalization, of fundamentalism, and the division of our societies. That burdens me deeply as a mother, but also as a leader. I believe that the most powerful and most important promise leaders can make is to do everything in their power to ensure that our future is at least a little better than the present. Yet today we cannot close our eyes to the gap between this aspiration and the harsh reality we live in. For example, in Gaza, where devastation, starvation, and despair have reached terrible proportions. For Austria, it is clear the attacks of Hamas on Israel on October 7th were horrible and beyond imaginable brutality. They must be condemned by all of us. We have said it from day one and will continue to do so. Hamas must immediately and unconditionally free all hostages, end its rule in Gaza, and hand over its weapons. At the same time, nothing justifies the devastating humanitarian catastrophe we are witnessing in Gaza. Civilians must be protected at all times. There is no justification for violating international law, including international humanitarian law. Austria is not only, because of our own historical responsibility, a friend of the people of Israel, but the actions and decisions of the Israeli government break my heart. This war must end now. The hostages must be freed, and humanitarian aid must reach the suffering civilians in Gaza as soon as possible. Our vision, the Austrian vision, is clear: a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in the Middle East. 2 states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security within recognized borders. Austria's support for the 2-state solution is not just words. We have supported the Palestinian Authority for many decades. At that point in the future, when this step can make the most meaningful contribution to peace, and when the right conditions have been met, we will also recognize Palestine as a state. We welcome President Abbas' condemnation of the October 7th attacks, his call to free the hostages, the prospect of elections, and his demand to disarm Hamas. We thank all those who took a huge effort to end this war and bring solutions for peace and security to this region. These are steps towards peace, and Austria will work with all partners to turn them into reality. Madam President, Excellencies, we all see the basic principles of the Charter challenged in Ukraine, where Russia has been waging an illegal and unprovoked war of aggression against its neighbor. A very brutal war with horrific numbers of dead and wounded, soldiers and civilians. We support US and all efforts to end the war through high-level diplomacy. Since the beginning of the war, and especially since March, many initiatives have been launched to end this war. Ukraine showed several times that they are ready for peace. But instead, Russia continues its attacks on cities and villages, on schools, on hospitals and kindergartens. Russia even escalates now towards the EU and NATO countries, and this is unacceptable. Austria calls urgently for an immediate ceasefire as a precondition for genuine talks to end this war. Russia cannot simply talk peace during the day and bomb during the night. And it is absolutely clear that it is up to Ukraine and Europe to decide on our hopefully common future and security architecture. But Ukraine and Gaza are not alone. In Sudan, civilians face massacres while a humanitarian catastrophe unfolds on an unparalleled scale. In Haiti, gang violence and organized crime hold an entire nation hostage. In Afghanistan, women and girls are denied their most basic human rights. Against the backdrop of rising insecurity and armed conflicts, countries are now heavily investing in security and defense, also in Europe, also in Austria. We all have the duty to protect our citizens. This is necessary as we are confronted with the biggest war on our continent since 1945. But let us not fool ourselves. Growing nuclear arsenals or uncontrolled autonomous weapons systems will not make our world a safer one. While we all must ensure the safety and security of our populations, we must never give up on international humanitarian law, and we must ban weapons which kill randomly. Excellencies, today we face growing disregard of the UN Charter itself, a rising tide of coercion and unilateralism, a dangerous erosion of trust. The United Nations were born out of the ashes of war and the promise of never again. Does the UN still live up to this promise? Is the UN still fit for purpose? What we do today matters. We must not fail our ancestors. We must not fail our population. We must not fail our children. We must therefore ensure our activeness, an active world community, and effective United Nations that can deliver. Austria is ready to do its part to fulfill the UN's promise, to engage in open and fair dialogue, to build true partnerships, to rebuild trust that has been eroded by reckless actions of one country without considerations of others. It is about time to rebuild partnerships. It is about time to rebuild trust. That is why Austria presented its candidacy for the UN Security Council for 27-28 already back in 2011. We strongly hope to count on your valuable support at the elections in June next year. Why should you support us? Austria is a rather small country and a military neutral one. We are a reliable host country, proud host country, of one of the UN headquarters in Vienna and support the Secretary General's reform efforts. Many negotiations in Vienna took place that have bridged divides and saved lives. We know that small countries depend on the rule of law, on diplomacy, transparency, and inclusiveness. That's why we will serve the entire international community if elected. We champion international law, the protection of civilians, disarmament, and UN peacekeeping. More than 100,000 Austrians have served as peacekeepers around the world since the 1960s. We are a reliable development partner and make our contribution to the enormous challenge of climate change. And no, denial will not help us to adapt to this challenge. This is why Austria is proud to co-chair the UN Climate Security Mechanism this year. Excellencies, the people of the world, our populations, the children of the world, rely on us. They trust us to protect peace, prosperity, stability, and healthy United Nations that delivers answers to global challenges. 80 years ago, our predecessors gave the world a charter and a promise for a better future. Let us renew this promise and work hard so that the future is better than the present. Thank you very much.
I thank the Federal Minister for European and International Affairs of Austria. I now give the floor to His Excellency Juan Ramón de la Fuente Ramírez, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Mexico.
Señora
Madam President, Excellencies, the time of women has come, and Mexico has made this very clear through the landslide election of Dr. Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo as the first female president of our country. It's an honour for me to participate in this assembly representing her and being the voice of a government that is delivering the transformation of the public life of Mexico. I come from a country that was born in the wisdom, bravery and dignity of its original peoples, with a rich political history of extraordinary heroes and heroines who built a free, independent and sovereign country. Now, we must also say that we are becoming an ever more prosperous country with shared prosperity. The Mexican people are a fraternal people, both within and beyond our borders. We have shown this being an active and responsible member of the United Nations community under the premise of defending the dignity and the rights of individuals and nations who love peace, with full respect for the sovereign equality of states. The historic time that we are living through in Mexico, under the leadership of our first female president, is rooted in a vision that we have called Mexican humanism. The trail blazed over the last 7 years is a clear one and has a universal vocation, that is, to build a society based on democracy, freedom, equality, and shared prosperity for the benefit of everyone, putting the poor first. The guiding pillar of this project is a vision of justice, full recognition of the dignity of people, and inclusive social development without discrimination. It is a project that establishes a separation between political and economic power that moves towards achieving a moral economy that seeks coordination and cooperation with external actors and doesn't accept any type of subordination, because national sovereignty is non-negotiable. This new way of doing politics has given voice and agency to those who were historically marginalized and forgotten: women, girls, indigenous peoples and persons of African descent, youth, LGBT plus persons and the elderly. And the results speak for themselves. The UN itself has recognized that 13.5 million Mexicans were raised out of poverty thanks to a policy of labor justice and social programs. Inequality is being reduced, peace is being built and violence contained, justice has reached indigenous peoples, there is democracy, freedoms, plurality and the right to dissent. Justice is being transformed, and today an indigenous person is president of the Supreme Court of Justice of our nation. We have the largest reforestation program in the world, with 1 billion trees planted. Girls, boys and youth are being included in social programs and have access to school. Elderly adults have a guaranteed and universal pension, and women are exercising power. These are some of the good things that we have achieved in this fourth transformation of public life in Mexico, and that deserve to be proudly proclaimed loud and clear from this podium, from this rostrum. As members of the international community, the challenges that we face are huge. Poverty persists in a world of exorbitant wealth. There are countries that spend more servicing their debt than they do in investments in health and education for their peoples, and expenditure on arms has tripled, has grown at tripled the rate of the global economy, just to mention a few. And the diagnostic has always been clear: the arms race, the immoral concentration of wealth, violations of international law and of human rights are the fuel that fuel the flames of war and violence. Mexico has not forgotten the lessons of history. 80 years ago, we participated in founding the United Nations, convinced of the moral obligation that we have as a nation to contribute to avoiding the scourge of wars. It is not a coincidence that many of the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter are reflected in the constitutional principles of our foreign policy. The self-determination of peoples, the peaceful settlement of disputes, prohibiting the threat or the use of force, the legal equality of states, cooperation for development and the defence of human rights. Without seeking to be exhaustive, please allow me to share some of the premises that can contribute to getting the international community back on track. Number one, the world needs a moral economy of well-being. It's necessary to mobilize regional coalitions around well-being in order to deliver effective cooperation for development that acknowledges that fighting poverty is the investment that gives the best return, both financially and socially speaking. An international financial architecture that includes criteria of collective well-being and trade that is grounded in clear rules with shared benefits between peoples. Number two, peace. Peace is built from the bottom up. Ensuring well-being involves addressing the structural causes of violence. Solving conflicts often begins in the home. It continues in education, and then in decent jobs with fair wages and social security that enables the inclusion of the whole of the social fabric. The international community must take a look with a more critical and innovative spirit at what youth today have as alternatives. Similarly, it's the role of the international community to put an end to the arms race, not only when it comes to nuclear weapons, but also the illicit trafficking of firearms and the spiral of expenditure on arms that is feeding poverty and exacerbating conflict. In response to the staggering proliferation of weapons, it is necessary to respond with politics, mediation, diplomacy, law and dialogue. The United Nations must play a much more active role in the prevention and the solving of these conflicts. Multilateralism must become again the space where disputes are settled. And this leads us to our third premise. Number three, it's necessary to uphold international law alongside human rights. If we really want to avoid the proliferation of conflicts that have an impact on the lives and the dignity of people, we must respect international law, including international human rights law and international humanitarian law. Whether it's in the Middle East, in Europe, in Africa, in Latin America, or in any other part of the world, war is taking an intolerable toll, and it threatens triggering an even larger escalation of conflict that could even be profoundly destructive for the whole world. The wars in Gaza, in Ukraine, and in all the other places that they're taking place must end now. We will not tire in insisting on the urgent appeal for a ceasefire, to always achieve a negotiated solution with the participation of all parties directly involved. There can be no negotiated solution if any of the parties are excluded. The solution must be a diplomatic one, otherwise it will be hardly achievable. Mexico will always advocate for the peaceful settlement of disputes, and that's why we reject sanctions and trade embargoes that only harm the well-being of peoples and do not contribute to building regions of peace or prosperity. We reiterate unambiguously our historic position against the embargo on Cuba and our appeal to remove this country from the list of countries that sponsor terrorism, state sponsors of terrorism. Respecting international law is safeguarding peace. It's the antidote to a logic of power that makes the weakest nations even more vulnerable. In the words of our Benemérito de las Américas, our eminent Benito Juárez Garcia, everything through reason and law and nothing by force. Madam President, the struggle for justice is rooted in the conviction that all people are equal before the law. Compelled by fraternity to understand each other and to respect each other as equals in dignity and in rights. Mexico has a tireless commitment to human rights, to freedoms, and to non-discrimination in the world. We condemn classism, racism, and all forms of discrimination, including discrimination based on sexual diversity or gender identity. We particularly reject the criminalization of people who, for whatever reason, have been forced to leave their homes and forced to migrate, whether it's to seek refuge or to escape conditions of injustice or poverty. For us, migrants are people with rights, who care for their families and who contribute with their efforts to improving and strengthening their host communities. It's only by understanding the phenomenon and addressing its structural causes that we will be able to move towards a framework of global and regional collaboration that will enable us to move towards a safer and more orderly mobility. Let there be no doubt, Mexico will not tire in ensuring the attention to and protection of Mexican nationals who are outside of our country and those that deserve all of our support and assistance. In this framework of justice and rights, we are including the fight of women and for gender equality, because despite the progress, there are still gaps and violence against women in the world that are wrenching away freedom from girls, young women, and women in all of their diversity. 30 years since the Beijing Declaration and Programme of Action, the diagnostics and the roadmap are clear, and we invite all nations to mobilize to accelerate the progress towards gender equality. In my country, the transformation of consciences has been intrinsically linked to the fight for gender equality. Today in Mexico, we are seeing gender parity prevail in the legislative and judicial branches of government, in public policies. We are including a strict gender perspective, and that has been enshrined in our constitution. Madam President, 80 years since the United Nations was created, we must recognize the grave dilemma that it faces, and this is something that can not be delayed. The United Nations must assert itself once again as an institution that not only helps to contain war and prevents pandemics, but also shapes narratives that leads to public policies for human dignity. We believe that the United Nations must go back to its purposes and its principles and return to its fundamental pillars, which are the maintenance of international peace and security, sustainable development, and the protection and promotion of human rights. It is necessary to get back to these objectives, and everything must revolve around this, from working on the budget to reviewing the thousands of mandates that we have given to the Secretariat, many of which really are not that useful today. The legitimacy of the United Nations will depend increasingly more on its ability to respond to the grave challenges that the world faces. We trust that the net Secretary General, who we hope will be a woman from our region, will accelerate progress, will accelerate the transformation process that we set forth, with the objective of ensuring peace and justice, as well as the well-being and freedom of people, the sustainability of the planet, and shared prosperity. In Mexico, Excellencies, colleagues, Madam President, in Mexico, the time of women has come, and it's going very well for us. We think that at the United Nations also the time for women has come. Thank you very much.
Je remercie le ministre.
I, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mexico, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Olivier Nduhungirehe, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Rwanda.
Your Excellency Annalena Baerbock, President of the 80th General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Allow me to begin by congratulating Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on her election as President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I take this opportunity to thank His Excellency Philemon Yang, the outgoing President, for his work and dedicated service to multilateralism. Rwanda extends its gratitude to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his comprehensive report on the work of the United Nations aimed at improving its efficiency. In this regard, Rwanda has formally expressed interest in hosting UN agencies as part of our shared commitment to a cost-effective and decentralized UN system. We reiterate our support to the work of the United Nations and the Secretary General, particularly in advancing peace and security and drive progress on sustainable development goals. Excellencies, this year, the United Nations turned 80. This journey has not been without challenges. Fast-changing realities, including economic shocks and the legitimate aspirations of regions long denied a voice, compel us to quickly adapt to make the UN fit for purpose. That is why Rwanda strongly supports reforms, especially of the Security Council. The composition of this body does not reflect current realities. Africa is a 1.2 billion people strong continent where most of the conflict of the Security Council's agenda reside. Therefore, it cannot remain excluded from permanent
membership. Excellencies, the United Nations development pillar remains central to advancing peace, prosperity, and dignity for all. We commend the UN development system and its partners for their tireless efforts in supporting countries to address pressing development challenges, from poverty eradication to climate resilience, and in driving forward the ambition of the 2030 Agenda. This 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development embodies our collective aspirations for a just, inclusive, and prosperous world where no one is left behind. Rwanda remains firmly committed to its full implementation, recognizing that connectivity, innovation, and inclusive development are indispensable drivers of progress. Despite global challenges such as the existential threat of climate change and widening technological inequalities, Rwanda has taken bold steps to align national priorities with the SDGs. These efforts demonstrate that development, connectivity, and environmental stewardship can move forward hand in hand. Yet, the persistence of unequal access to finance, technology, and markets threatens to widen the gap between those with means and those without. In this context, solidarity among nations through development cooperation has contributed to bridging development gaps. However, we believe that it is time to transition from aid to trade, enabling developing countries to become self-reliant in a win-win partnership. Mr. President, Excellencies, Rwanda regrets the politicization of development cooperation, which is used by some development partners for partisan political reasons and interests. Let me recall that every nation is sovereign and cannot be forced to choose between its security and development. Development aid must serve as a tool for solidarity and progress, not as a weapon of coercion. Excellencies, the history of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda called on us to become global advocates for a peacekeeping that always puts civilians first. We pay tribute to the men and women who have worn the blue helmet and who have paid the ultimate sacrifice in the service of humanity. Their legacy is written in the history of the United Nations and lives on through the lives they helped save. But peacekeeping must be judged by its results. For the sake of the millions who look to the UN for protection, we must ensure that peacekeeping remains true to its purpose. That is why Rwanda champions robust peacekeeping, the responsibility to protect, and the implementation of the 2015 Kigali Principles on the protection of civilians. Moreover, Rwanda has led calls for sustainable peace financing, both in Africa and globally. Among milestone achievements is the revitalization of the African Union Peace Fund, which now mobilizes over $400 million. As a direct result, the Security Council decided to finance 3/4 of African Union peace operations for the first time. Excellencies, beyond the UN, Rwanda contributes to peace support operations on a bilateral basis in the Central African Republic and Mozambique in an effort to promote South-South cooperation and Pan-African solidarity. Major progress has been recorded in both countries in the restoration of state authority, capacity building of local security forces, and the fight against terrorism. Excellencies, I may recall that the United Nations was established to spare succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Yet, 80 years on, conflicts continue to erupt across every continent. Rwanda firmly maintains that for most of those conflicts, lasting peace cannot be achieved through military means. We have consistently held that only genuine, good faith dialogue offers a sustainable path towards global peace. However, peacekeeping alone is not enough. Too often, we deplore relapse into conflict because its root causes were not properly addressed. Prevention, mediation, and effective peace building must be our first resort. This lesson is particularly urgent for the Great Lakes region of Africa. The current conflict in Eastern DRC is not new. It is rooted in decades of bad governance, marginalization and persecution of minorities, genocide ideology, and a persistent colonial legacy. Rwanda believes that peace in Eastern DRC is in everyone's best interest. Our goal has always been, and will remain, the security and well-being of Rwandans and the people of our region. In June this year, Rwanda and the DRC signed a peace agreement in Washington. It provides for a comprehensive framework encompassing security, political, and economic components. This achievement was made possible thanks to the strong leadership of His Excellency President Donald Trump of the United States and of His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Emir of the State of Qatar, whose vision for peace and prosperity in our region Rwanda fully shares. We also acknowledge the vital role played by African-led initiatives, notably the joint EAC SADC process, supported by the African Union mediation, for their efforts in favor of peace. Nevertheless, since the signing of this peace agreement, progress has been moving slowly. While promising meetings are taking place in Washington to implement the June peace agreement, the situation on the ground remains deeply troubling. The DRC's renewed militarization, coupled with its continued collaboration with genocidal and UN-sanctioned armed groups, such as the DRC-backed FDLR and Wazalendo militias, and the deployment of attack drones and fighter jets against civilian populations, particularly the Banyamulenge and other Congolese Tutsi, underscore the gravity of the crisis. This goes against the letter and spirit of the Washington Peace Agreement. Additionally, this coalition is supported by foreign forces, including mercenaries, in clear violation of the 1977 OAU Convention and the 1989 UN Convention against the use of mercenaries. Rwanda condemns these developments and calls on the DRC to reject the military solution and implement in good faith the Washington Peace Agreement, which is a golden opportunity to end this conflict that has lasted for far too long. Excellency, since 1999, the United Nations has maintained a robustly mandated peacekeeping mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, named MONUSCO, to help address the crisis. Yet, despite its efforts, the mission has not succeeded in halting the proliferation of armed groups, especially the eradication of the DRC-backed FDLR. Instead, MONUSCO has ended up working alongside a military coalition that includes the FDLR, going against more than 20 Security Council resolutions calling for the neutralization of that group. There is an urgent need to review the legal conformity of MONUSCO's mandate. Of particular concern to Rwanda is the emergence of Wazalendo militia, armed and supported by the DRC government, which are committing countless abuses, including burning down whole villages of Congolese Tutsi, lynching and burning alive civilians and military officers, as well as arming children for ethnic cleansing. Their brutality methods and ideology bear an alarming resemblance to that of the genocidal militia of 1994 in Rwanda. Strong action is needed to put an end to this dangerous development before it is too late. Excellencies, human rights are a major pillar of the United Nations. Rwanda rose from the ashes of the genocide in 1994 by placing human dignity, unity, and accountability at the center of our governance. We thank the United Nations for establishing the International Day of Reflection of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, commemorated every April 7th. We also thank the Secretariat and the many member states who have established genocide memorials on their soil as a lasting pledge to never forget. Equally, we commend the work of the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda and the residual mechanism for prosecuting genocide perpetrators. However, Rwanda is deeply concerned about the persistence of genocide ideology and related crimes in Eastern DRC under the watch of the international community and the UN itself. We call on the international community to not turn a blind eye once more for what is clear to see. The targeting, persecution, and massacre of Congolese Tutsi, including the Banyamulenge community, amounts to crimes against humanity which have all the early warning signs of a genocide. Indeed, genocide follows a pattern. It follows clear stages. It is not an umbrella term. It is defined by international law. Genocide targets a specific group for who they are, with the intent to exterminate them as such. In this regard, no amount of calculated cynicism can rewrite the truth and recast perpetrators as victims or victims as perpetrators. These are denialist behaviors often deployed by perpetrators. In the same vein, no claims from a government arming a genocidal militia will change the facts of history. Financing and providing weapons to a group with a proven genocidal record and ongoing intent is nothing less than complicity in the crime itself. I must say that if there are crimes in the DRC committed for economic gains, they have clear names. Those are corruption, bad governance, and the embezzlement of public funds. Mr. President, Excellencies, I wish to conclude by reaffirming that Rwanda stands ready to work alongside all member states to ensure that the United Nations remains a force for peace, justice, and sustainable development. While the challenges and solutions for multilateralism are clear, it is political will that must guide us today to build a UN fit for purpose. Together, we must build an organization capable of addressing the needs of billions across the globe, tackling human rights abuses, climate change, and responding to an increasingly interconnected world for successive generations to come. I thank you.
Je remercie. I wish to thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Rwanda. I now invite Her Excellency Maria Gabriela Sommerfeld Rosero, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Human Mobility of Ecuador, to address the Assembly.
Señora Presidenta.
Madam President, on the 80th anniversary of the adoption of the United Nations Charter, Ecuador honours with respect and renewed commitment its status as a founding member of this organisation. What was born out of hope for peace upon the ruins of the Second World War has become the most ambitious project of international cooperation in history, a system of norms, institutions, principles, purposes, and universal values geared towards protecting human dignity, preventing violence, and driving development. 80 years ago, states chose cooperation over disputes, peace over war. My presence here at this Assembly is an opportunity to reiterate before the international community that Ecuador will continue to prioritise cooperation between states, because it is only by working together that we will be able to ensure a future of peace, security, and prosperity for our peoples. Therefore, the foreign policy of Ecuador supports multilateralism, which is the model that enables international cooperation to be possible in order to address global challenges and to achieve common goals. Madam President, multilateralism needs to change in order to respond to the current demands of peoples and to confront new threats. Ecuador believes that the concept of international peace and security must be broadened and include the fight against transnational organised crime, which is a phenomenon that undermines governability, that feeds corruption, that perpetuates violence, and that erodes the perspectives of progress. Indeed, it causes consequences that are similar to traditional armed conflicts in the economic, political, and social realms. We're not talking about local gangs here, but rather international networks and logistic chains that move thousands of tons of drugs, that exploit illegal mining and that traffic weapons, people, and even human organs. In light of the rise of the many acts of violence and narco-terrorism, the government of Ecuador recognized the existence of a non-international armed conflict in January 2024 and designated several of these groups as terrorists. We have deployed huge efforts and resources in order to safeguard our security and to put our citizens first. We are doing this by adopting programs focused on the prevention of youth violence, including the recruitment, use, and utilization of boys, girls, and adolescents. At the same time, we are implementing public policies to attract investment and jobs in order to ensure sustainable security. I wish to insist on the fact that Ecuador, without having sought this out, but due to the fact that we are very close to the main producers of cocaine in the world, is on the front line of the battle against transnational organised crime and is waging an existential war against narco-terrorism. Milestones in the fight of Ecuador against transnational organised crime and narco-terrorism includes the seizure of 295 tons of illicit drugs in 2024, as well as the decision to call on friendly countries to provide their support in different areas of this confrontation, because given the potential of joint military operations, fully respecting the constitutional framework. The Ecuadorian government has called a national and democratic debate on foreign military bases, by way of a referendum that will take place in November next, providing strategic areas that can serve to help us to control and monitor criminal activities in order to achieve peace and international peace and security. This referendum will be coupled with a call for a constituent assembly that will be tasked with drafting a new fundamental charter that will contribute to defeating narco-terrorism and lead us inexorably down the path of prosperity and social peace. Madam President, on a regional level, Ecuador has established and what spearheaded the establishment of the resolutive plan of action as a strategic response of the Andean community to the illicit trafficking of drugs and transnational organised crime. On a multilateral level, Ecuador has spearheaded initiatives such as the presidency of the Latin American Community of Security and Intelligence, where we have promoted the updating of the operational action plans and organised the Latin American Security Summit, consolidating strategic alliances with the European Union and Ameripol. We agree that transnational organised crime and narco-terrorism are global scourges that know no borders, and no country can act against them alone. It's therefore essential to coordinate our efforts to reach cooperation agreements with countries and with international bodies that include financial assistance and technological equipment. Madam President, over the last 8 years that the UN has been in existence, it has been shown that lasting peace can only be built upon solid foundations: security, development, and human rights. These three pillars, which are independent and indivisible, represent the pillars of the international order and multilateralism that are currently seeing cracks in them that are compromising their stability. Indeed, today multilateralism is being called into question, and rightly, because it hasn't been able to address the contemporary conflicts and challenges effectively. Ecuador advocates for a more innovative, inclusive and representative multilateralism that takes account of the realities of countries, in particular those of the developing world, that promotes the equality of men and women, and that finally opens up a space for youth in decision-making. It's essential to strengthen the respect of the fundamental principles of international law enshrined in the United Nations Charter, that is the bedrock of this organisation and whose strength depends on our adherence to its spirit and letter. Abandoning it would lead us back to a time in which the only source of law was force. It is therefore our role to reform it and update it, so that it can respond to the current challenges we face on a global level, so that precisely we can strengthen these principles. In summary, this institution is called to support the evolution and accompany the evolution of human beings and of the planet, to address technology changes and new challenges. Madam President, human mobility is yet another of the most complex challenges of our time. Ecuador, which is a country of origin, transit and destination and refuge for migrants, reaffirms its commitment to safe, regular and orderly migration, convinced that managing it properly can contribute to sustainable development. Ecuador strongly rejects irregular, unsafe and disorderly human mobility, because this often responds to the interests of transnational organised crime groups that can also be transnational in nature. Emerging technologies, in particular artificial intelligence, offer up unprecedented opportunities for human progress. However, they also offer up significant risks for security, equity and human rights. Ecuador believes that it's essential to move towards multilateral and ethical governance of these tools that would guarantee their inclusive access to them, that would avoid new digital gaps and that would ensure their use is guided by the common good. Climate change and the loss of biodiversity threaten our stability and development. As a mega-diverse country, Ecuador advocates for more environmental financing, for technology transfer, and for international support for the conservation of unique ecosystems like the Amazon and the Galapagos Islands, which are the treasure of humanity. Financing for development is another great challenge. The international financial architecture must respond to the needs of developing countries, in particular those that are classified as middle high-income countries. The exclusive use of GDP per capita, which is limiting and limited, does not reflect our reality, nor does it reflect our vulnerabilities. We require more comprehensive indicators that include multidimensional poverty, structural inequality, and climate resilience, as access to concessional resources and international cooperation are not unfairly undermined. Ecuador supports the use of sustainable financial instruments such as green and thematic bonds and promotes the creation of new financing mechanisms. Madam President, youth of Ecuador and of the world, I'm proud to represent a young people. Ecuador is a country of more than 18 million inhabitants, in which youth represent around 40% of our population. The government of Ecuador and President Daniel Noboa are focused on providing them with opportunities that did not exist in the past. The time of youth has come. If we provide them opportunities, we can promote and provide better attention to all citizens. It is a positive and multiplying effect. For us, the youth embody the priority of all priorities. Today, youth see in the new Ecuador a country of opportunities and progress, in which there is a firm commitment to eradicating corruption and impunity, as well as the old politics and ideological struggles that perpetuate a status quo that is unsustainable and that benefits only a few people. The new Ecuador is moving with stability and responsibility on an ambitious path of productive transformation as well as social and institutional transformation towards a new chapter in our development model, involving efforts that include the diversification of our energy mix, that include the diversification of our productive mix. The current global economic environment that is ever more complex and demanding, marked by the volatility of the markets, geopolitical tensions, uncertainty in the supply chain, and rapid technological changes, require us to adapt rapidly and in an agile manner. We are fostering a competitive economic environment, generating openness to business and providing attractive opportunities for foreign investment. Several factors foster investment and business in Ecuador. A large range of natural resources, our strategic location in South America, the economic stability provided by us using the United States dollar as our national currency, and our condition as a mega-diverse country with an extremely rich cultural heritage. Our risk indicator as a country continues on its downward trend, and yesterday was at 701 points, which is the lowest level over recent years. Our economy grew by 3.9% in the first half of the year, achieving growth of, heralding growth for around 5% for the second half of the year. And as for the security environment, well, the economy is improving even with the challenges that we still face. In July 2025, we saw 38.6% of decent jobs. In other words, 282,000 more Ecuadorians are benefiting from a decent job compared to 2024. So that is a change of 3.7% compared to July 2024. These achievements are also to do with the laws that President Daniel Noboa and his cabinet have drafted and put to the National Assembly that seek to safeguard peace, transparency, and the fight against terrorism and crime, and also providing jobs, economic stability, and creating social programs and opportunities for development. Madam President, The 80th anniversary of the UN is a turning point. On this historic commemoration of the United Nations, I invite you to adopt a creative vision like the one that we had in 1945 that's able to renew and strengthen this institutionality grounded in an ethical model of democracy and changing to adapt to contemporary challenges. Global challenges such as transnational organised crime, narco-terrorism, migration and climate change require more multilateralism, more cooperation and more collective action. Ecuador reaffirms its commitment to the defence of peace and security, human rights and development. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Human Mobility of Ecuador. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Maria Malmer Stenegard, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden.
Je remercie
Mr. President, Excellencies, 80 years ago, nations came together. It was a bold act of faith. Faith in multilateralism, the rule of law, and the shared responsibility to save future generations from the devastation of war. But as we gather here, the world and our organization, the United Nations, are facing the risk of failing. Leaders of several nations are choosing conflict over cooperation. Around the world, we are witnessing grave violations of the rules and principles that we have all agreed to. For too many, peace is fragile, justice abstract, and dignity denied. There is so much wasted potential. The UN was founded to curb aggression and the arbitrary exercise of power by the strong against the weak. That vision remains as valid today as it was then. Mr. President, it is not only the UN that turns 80 this year, it happens to be 80 years since Astrid Lindgren published her first book about the strongest girl in the world, Pippi Longstocking, a strong-willed girl who believed everything was possible. Pippi has inspired generations of children, especially girls, to believe that strength and independence are not confined by expectation or tradition. I have never tried that before, so I should definitely be able to do it. Although not a direct quote, it captures the spirit of Pippi. Let us use the coincidence of anniversaries as a reminder that even in the face of unprecedented challenges, we must approach the impossible with boldness and resolve. Mr. President, Sweden is a committed defender of international humanitarian law, principles that safeguard human dignity even in the darkest of times, and they must be upheld without exception. We cannot be deterred by a few states' disregard for our charter. This is our time to act and to defend these fundamental rules and principles for us and for future generations. We need an efficient UN that defends the right of every state, big or small, to uphold its sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence. We need a strong UN that helps member states deliver on their commitments to respect, protect, and promote the human rights of every individual. And we need a focused UN. The UN must remain true to its core, securing peace, advancing human rights, driving sustainable development, and providing humanitarian relief. Mr. President, as a steadfast partner and major donor to the United Nations, Sweden remains committed to addressing global development challenges and to humanitarian efforts to provide protection and life-saving assistance. Sweden is also a strong supporter of UN peacekeeping and peace-building efforts. We actively take part in the Peacebuilding Commission. We chair the Liberia configuration, and we have contributed substantially to the Peacebuilding Fund since its creation. The Security Council must evolve to better reflect today's global realities. Sweden supports a balanced expansion of the Security Council by adding permanent and non-permanent seats, including African countries. We need to act together based on our shared principles and common goals. These include our commitments under the Pact for the Future adopted last year. Looking ahead, we will seek a candidate for the next UN Secretary General who leads the way and builds on important reform initiatives. And let me be clear, Sweden's choice is always merit-based. But isn't it strange that for 80 years, especially if the selection is based on merit? Mr. President, in a world in which armed conflicts are multiplying, we must not allow injustice to go unpunished. Accountability is critical to uphold our international rules-based order. The integrity, independence, and impartiality of our international legal system, including the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court, must be protected. When I think of accountability, I think of little Angelina. You have probably seen the picture of her celebrating her 2nd birthday next to a giant teddy bear. Angelina never got to celebrate her 3rd birthday. She was born during Russia's war, and she died from a Russian missile. Little Angelina and her mother were killed in one of Russia's deadliest attacks on Ukraine in Kiev in August this year. The only one saved from the rubble was her giant teddy bear. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is a blatant violation of the very foundation of this organization. A permanent member of the Security Council has brutally invaded another UN member state. This cannot be tolerated. Holding Russia accountable is essential for all of us to deter further aggression and to preserve the global order. From the very outset, Ukraine has sought a just and lasting peace based on international law, including the UN Charter. Sweden remains unwavering in its support of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Mr. President, on October 7, 2023, Hamas carried out the worst mass murder of Jews since the Holocaust. Men, women, and children were brutally murdered and kidnapped by Hamas terrorists. And when the music faded at the Nova Festival, so did the lives of young, peace-loving people. They were raped, killed, and taken hostage. It was truly a painful reminder of how dark the world can be. The hostages are being held in appalling conditions by Hamas. More pressure must be put on Hamas to immediately release them, and Hamas must never have a place in the future governance of Palestine. The war in Gaza has led to suffering beyond imagination. We are reminded daily of the painful desperation inside Gaza. The offensive against Gaza City is worsening an already catastrophic situation. Parts of Gaza are now officially in the grips of famine. This cannot go on. Israel has a right to defend itself, but that right must be exercised in accordance with international law. And the way the Israeli government is waging its war is unacceptable. The UN and other humanitarian actors must be allowed to work safely in all parts of Gaza. Humanitarian space must be protected, and aid should never be politicized. Increased pressure on the Israeli government to change its course and meet its obligations according to international law is urgently needed. Sweden welcomes international efforts for a peaceful resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It is in the interest of all states to not only bring this war to an end, but to ensure a sustainable two-state solution for a better future for all, both Israelis and Palestinians. Mr. President, the situation in Sudan is deeply alarming. It is the largest humanitarian crisis in the world and not given enough attention. Full, safe and unhindered humanitarian access and immediate ceasefire and negotiations ensuring a return to civilian rule are urgently required. Conflicts all over the world are wasting human potential. Every conflict tears families apart, disrupts education, and silences voices. The cost is immeasurable. Mr. President, authoritarian regimes challenge democracy, rule of law, and gender equality. Sadly, resistance against women's and girls' rights is on the rise. Sweden is honored to serve as President of the UN Executive Board this year. Gender equality is too often framed as a women's issue, which is a profound misunderstanding. Equality is not only a value we should aspire to, it is a driver of progress. Strengthening women's and girls' rights is not only the right thing to do, but also the smart thing to do, because we know that where women prosper, societies prosper. Equal access to education, work and resources transforms communities. Economically empowered women invest more in their families, leading to better health, education, and overall quality in life for future generations. Societies that include women in peace building are more likely to enjoy sustainable peace. We must stand firm against those who seek to roll back freedoms. We must push back the pushback. Everyone has the right to live safely and freely, regardless of gender, religion or beliefs, skin color, or whom they love. Sweden will always defend the equal rights and dignity of every human being. Mr. President, the crisis of our time, armed conflicts, climate change, extreme poverty, demand urgent collective action. But public aid alone is not enough. To achieve our goals, we need to mobilize finance from every source, not least private capital. We must use synergies between development cooperation and trade to meet growing needs and lay the foundation for economic growth and entrepreneurship. The green and digital transition brings great opportunities in terms of jobs, growth, and solutions to mitigate climate change and achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. Emerging technologies such as AI hold immense promise in addressing some of our most pressing common challenges. The global community must support innovation while addressing risks. Mr. President, the UN was not created to take mankind to heaven, but to save humanity from hell. These words of the second Secretary General of the United Nations, Dag Hammarskjöld, remain just as valid today. These are difficult times, but times have been difficult before. Let us not surrender to despair. Most nations continue to stand by the fundamental principles agreed upon 80 years ago. We should not let this anniversary become a celebration of the past alone. Let's see this as a call to action. Let's embrace the spirit of Pippi Longstocking and carry on with fearlessness and conviction. Together we must act for ourselves and for future generations. Let them inherit a better, freer, and fairer world than the one we found. For my son, Christian, and for my daughter, Kaisa, for all our sons and daughters who deserve to grow up in a world where their paths are not limited by their gender, tradition, or violence. We must not let potential go to waste. We must not let them down. I thank you.
Je remercie la ministre.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sweden. And I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Lejeune Mbela Mbela, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Cameroon.
Madam
President, I was entrusted with the honor on behalf of His Excellency Paul Biya, President of the Republic of Cameroon, Head of State, and he instructed me to speak in his name. Allow me, therefore, to renew Cameroon's warm congratulations on your election as President of the 80th session of the General Assembly of our organization. Your diplomatic experience and vision, which encourage us to unite our efforts for a better future, are guarantees of success for both your mandate and deliberations throughout this session. You can count in this regard on the full cooperation from the Cameroonian delegation. As you know, my country was honored to see your predecessor, Ambassador Philemon Young, preside over the 79th session of the General Assembly. And I would like here to commend his commitment, his professionalism, and his determination, which was marked by his spirit of being able to listen and conduct a dialogue as he fulfilled his mandate. Let me also reiterate to Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, the sincere appreciation of Cameroon for his tireless efforts at the helm of our organization and for his clear commitment to strengthen multilateralism in an international context which happens to be particularly difficult and complex. Madam President, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Mr. Secretary General, and distinguished representatives, we meet this year at a pivotal moment for our organization, which is celebrating its 80th anniversary. And anniversaries are usually joyful occasions, but we must acknowledge that this particular one leaves us with questions. This is an opportunity for us to take stock and reflect on how we can make the United Nations more effective in fulfilling its missions and recommendations and promises contained in the Charter. You therefore proposed in this regard, Madam President, that we pool our will, our efforts, and our resources. And you believe, and rightly so, that we are better together. Cameroon shares this vision and welcomes the theme we have chosen for our discussion, which is, I quote, "Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights." End of quote. This theme is more than just a slogan. It is a relevant program that we must translate into concrete actions at both the national and international levels. The union of our forces is the very foundation of the UN Charter. Its founding fathers understood that maintaining international peace and security and promoting economic and social development for all could only result from our collective labor. And that is why we must maintain this dynamic for the well-being of our populations. Madam President, the UN was created to be, at the same time, a beacon of hope, a forum for dialogue, and a catalyst for concrete actions so as to build a more just, safer, and more united world. And 80 years later, it is useful, as I mentioned earlier, it is useful to take stock and draw lessons for the future. So the following questions arise here. Have we succeeded? Have we managed to shield our peoples from the fear of war, uncertainty about their future? Have we succeeded to shield our peoples from famine? The current international situation, which is marked by numerous crises, offers a clear and negative answer to these questions. Indeed, in 2025, the global security environment remains, unfortunately, characterized by a proliferation of conflicts and threats of all kinds to human security, including the nuclear threat, which we once thought to be a thing of the past. Whether in Europe, Central Asia, the Middle East, Latin America, or Africa, tensions are emerging or persisting, endangering peace, stability, and international security more than ever before. The ongoing armed conflicts around the world are a painful reminder for us that 80 years later, we neither could nor would succeed in protecting the world from the scourge of war. And this situation is further compounded by various natural disasters, including extreme weather events such as storms, hurricanes, forest fires, earthquakes, landslides, which cause significant material damage and loss of human lives, not to mention various pandemics on that list. The world will only meet the challenge of development if it first wins the challenge of peace. We have a historic responsibility to choose. Either we allow war and these multiple scourges to thrive, or we offer our children a stable, united, and prosperous world. And Cameroon has made its choice. It made the choice of peace and development and stands firmly by your side in order to turn this aspiration into a shared reality. Madam President, Your Excellencies, it is well known that there can be no development without peace, nor can there be lasting peace without development. The ongoing crises, which negatively affect international trade, the cost of raw materials and market supplies, undoubtedly hinder the development of many countries. And yet, economic development through the Sustainable Development Goals remains a primary objective that the United Nations must attain for the well-being of our peoples. In recent years, however, we have seen with regret that millions of people still live in extreme poverty, facing disease and food insecurity. In this particular context, children, women, and the elderly, and people with reduced mobility are the most vulnerable. And although access to education has expanded, many children and young people remain outside of the school system. At the same time, we observe a decline in life expectancy. We see deteriorating health indicators and a critical shortage of healthcare professionals, especially in Africa. With 5 years remaining until the SDG deadline, it is urgent that coordinated actions be taken to fulfill the promises of the 2030 Agenda. We must indeed take our responsibility individually and collectively so as to achieve these goals that we had freely and voluntarily set for ourselves. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Cameroon, a ward of the United Nations, remains committed to the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter and spares no effort under the high leadership of His Excellency Paul Biya, President of the Republic, to promote peace and international security. And in this spirit, my country actively participates in UN peacekeeping operations and through its 3 major specialized schools, trains police, gendarmerie, and other African civilian personnel who take part in these operations. Moreover, Cameroon remains consistently engaged in the fight against terrorism in general, and in the Sahel, and particularly in the Lake Chad basin, where the Boko Haram sect operates. Now, in economic terms, my country has adopted an ambitious national strategy that promotes harmonious economic and social development across the nation, whilst advancing democracy, respect for human rights and good governance. This allows us to progressively and systematically realize the Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union's Agenda 2063, among others. Madam President, in the Congo Basin, Cameroon actively contributes to finding solutions to global climate change and to protecting wildlife and biodiversity. He will always do its part and expect that promises made, especially in terms of financing, will be honored. For Cameroon, it is essential that the efforts of developing countries be supported. In this regard, it is worth recalling yet once again that over a decade ago, developed countries pledged collectively to mobilize $100 billion annually to support climate change efforts. The same applies to development aid, which was set at 0.7% over 50 years ago. To date, none of these promises have been fulfilled. Cameroon believes that it is time for these funds, which were expected to be effectively mobilized to support the substantial efforts made by developing countries, especially in Africa, to preserve our shared environment for the benefit of all. On another front, Cameroon is mobilizing resources for major projects in education, health, infrastructure, and rural development, etc., all aiming to bring about structural transformation in our country. We take this opportunity here to thank our multilateral and bilateral partners who support us in this endeavor. And we encourage them to strengthen this partnership to help us achieve our goals. Your Excellencies, the Pact for the Future and its two annexes, namely the Digital Compact and the Declaration for Future Generations, require that we implement them. Similarly, the recent final documents that came out of the Nice and the Seville conferences, as well as the Yaoundé Declaration on Sustainable Blue Economy in the Gulf of Guinea, reaffirm commitments regarding financing and access to technologies, especially in this digital and artificial intelligence era, as decisive factors for promoting sustainable development. Cameroon welcomes these advances and the commitments made during these occasions for reforming the international financial architecture and advancing energy transition. My country aspires very much to see the realization of other long-awaited reforms, notably that of the United Nations Security Council, to allow Africa to occupy its rightful place in line with the Esselwini Consensus and the Sirte Declaration. When it comes to human rights, Cameroon welcomes the drafting of the International Pact on the Right to Development. The eventual adoption of this important instrument will mark a milestone in human history by unequivocally affirming that development is a fundamental right and not a privilege. Madam President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at this pivotal moment in the history of the United Nations, we must act. It is imperative obligation that we cannot ignore. This requires, in my view, respecting our commitments to development financing, fulfilling our promises for peace, and ensuring the effectiveness of our choices in human rights and humanitarian assistance. In the years to come, we must strengthen the foundations of lasting peace, rooted in prevention, resilience, and justice. And we have the means to do so, especially now when global wealth in 2025 has reached unprecedented levels and technological development allows for significant improvements in living conditions for all. In conclusion, and as a call to action, we must do better and we must do more so that the United Nations fulfills the promises made to the peoples of the world and becomes more than ever the engine of strengthened multilateralism, fair and equitable cooperation, and reimagined solidarity in the face of the concerning rise of multipolarity. I thank you for your kind attention.
Je remercie le ministre.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Cameroon. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Espen Barth Eide, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Norway.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. 80 years ago, against the backdrop of the Second World War, world leaders gathered in San Francisco to sign the UN Charter, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. This once-in-a-generation moment brought the idea of the United Nations to life. Let us imagine for a moment that we are there in San Francisco in 1945 as the UN was negotiated. Participants who were at my age would have experienced the First World War, the short-lived Roaring Twenties, the Great Depression of the 1930s, fierce trade wars, the rise of fascism and Nazism, the Second World War, the Holocaust, and the nuclear bomb. And all of that in their own adult life. If events like these constitute your life experience, you do not believe that the world is a rose garden. Those who shaped the United Nations were not guided by naive idealism. Quite on the contrary, this was a deep realist recognition that mankind simply could not continue as before. Centuries of great power rivalry, competing spheres of interest, and imperialism had not forged peaceful coexistence. The founders, however, were indeed visionaries, as they believed that a better world was possible. Our founders realized that the world needed shared norms and principles in order to avoid yet another world war. They were adamant not to repeat the debacle of the interwar years. This noble insight shaped the United Nations Charter. Simply put, the Charter rests on three sets of principles. Peace and security should be achieved through recognizing the sovereign equality of states, the prohibition of the use of force, and through peaceful settlement of disputes. Economic and social development should be ensured through close international cooperation and through finding common solutions to common problems. The dignity and worth of all human beings should be established through mutual commitment to universal human rights. Our United Nations, imperfect as it is, has since provided an unrivaled global arena for seeking common solutions to common challenges. There is little doubt that the world would have been a more brutal and less prosperous place without the United Nations. Since 1945, interstate wars have been fewer and farther apart. Former colonies gained independence and became sovereign states of their own. Hundreds of millions have been brought out of poverty. President, however, at 80, we find our United Nations in crisis. This crisis is both political and financial. Political, because core principles of the Charter are under threat. The world is more divided, more dangerous, and more unpredictable than it has been for decades. Respect for international law is eroding. Gross violations go unchecked. This, in turn, weakens the trust in our institutions. It is a vicious cycle. The crisis is also financial, because several member states are significantly reducing their economic contributions, and this, in turn, makes it difficult to accomplish the core mission of the United Nations. President, savage wars are raging in several corners of our world. In Sudan, civilians are facing the largest displacement and hunger crisis in the world today. The war in Sudan has been raging for almost 900 days. This is but one of the many horrific wars that receives way too little attention in the power centers of the world, even in this organization. In Ukraine, Russia has violated the most fundamental principles of international law. There is simply no other way of seeing it. Russia's invasion of the sovereign state of Ukraine is a blatant violation of Article 2.4 of the UN Charter. While Ukraine is in its full right to defend itself as affirmed by Article 51. Norway and so many other states stand firmly with Ukraine's fight for freedom and independence. We do so in solidarity with the brave Ukrainian people, but we also do so to uphold the respect for international law, an interest shared by all states, large and small. In Palestine, Israel is in clear violation of international law. Life in Gaza is living hell. For almost 2 years, we have witnessed extreme levels of death, starvation, forced displacement, and massive suffering. The fact that these atrocities continue is a disgrace to all humanity. In the West Bank, the illegal occupation, settlements, and settler violence continues unchecked. The Palestinian authorities are under massive stress, its finances strained, and its capacity to operate is severely restricted. The war must end now. Massive humanitarian aid must reach those in need now. The remaining hostages must be released now, and the illegal occupation must end now. But colleagues, there is an alternative to this never-ending cycle of violence. We have made important steps just these past few days. At the conference on Palestine in this hall on Monday, member states further developed the roadmap to a settlement to the deeper conflict between Israel and Palestine. By now, 159 member states have recognized the state of Palestine as a contribution to the realization of the two-state solution. However, the recognition of Palestine is only one of the elements needed to reach such a two-state solution. There are many pieces in this puzzle. Palestinian governance and economy must be strengthened. Hamas must be demobilized. We need security guarantees to both Israel and Palestine. And key Arab states aim to normalize their relation with Israel as part of a broader agreement. In order to put together these pieces of the puzzle, the Global Alliance for the Implementation of the Two-State Solution was launched here in New York last year during the last UNGA. It continues to gather support for a comprehensive settlement. It is our firm conviction that both Israel and Palestine have the right to live in peace and security, side by side in two states. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a world order based on international law is not a luxury, it's a necessity. When we condemn Russia's blatant violations of international law in Ukraine, we must also speak just as clearly against Israel's violation of the rules in Palestine. International law cannot be applied with double standards. It must be upheld universally, regardless of who commits the violations and regardless of where they take place. This is not optional, this is fundamental. We must also defend the institutions that safeguard accountability, the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court. Just as important as the sacrosanct integrity of borders and the sovereign equality of states is our mutual commitment to human rights. The UN Charter commits us to respect and promote these fundamental freedoms for all, without distinction to race, gender, language, or religion. Human rights are universal. They are our best hope for a world that rejects injustice, inequality, violence, and brutality. A more equal world where women and girls participate on equal footing with men and boys is a more peaceful and a more prosperous world. President, in these times of crisis, the United Nations must reposition itself to meet a new political and financial reality. The UN 80 initiative gives us a unique chance to turn this crisis into an opportunity and to build a United Nations that is not only stronger, but also smarter. As a country with an unwavering commitment to the United Nations, I can say this with conviction. It is time for some tough love. We want a UN that is stronger, yet leaner. A UN that is more efficient. A UN with structures optimized to deliver real impact where it matters most, on the ground, with the people we serve. We need a UN with sharper prioritization of resources, clearer mandates, and a UN that works smarter, not just harder. This is also a moment for self-reflections for all of us as member states and for our United Nations. As member states, we have contributed to a proliferation of mandates, long, complicated, overlapping, and burdened with endless reporting requirements. My country, Norway, is not exempt. We too are guilty as sin. The time has come to change this. We need bold and ambitious reform. We must stand firmly behind the Secretary General to drive this forward. We need a UN that can continue to uphold the rules and the principles that have underpinned our international order for the past 80 years. And we need a UN 80 process with a roadmap for the next Secretary General. When she assumes office in 15 months, she must be able to have the reformed UN fit for the next 80 years. President, we need a global convention on tax cooperation. States have the primary responsibility to provide essential service to their people. But then we must enable states to fulfill this duty. The capacity to tax both citizens and companies is paramount. It is the backbone of public service delivery, the engine of resource redistribution, and the cornerstone of sustainable development. We know what works, but we must assure that it can work for all. Colleagues, let there be no doubt. The climate crisis is real. It is here, it is man-made, and it's affecting the lives of millions of people around the world. As an Arctic nation, we experience some of the fastest paces of climate change anywhere on the planet, and we feel its impacts in our everyday life. The science is irrefutable. Observed warming is outpacing predictions. Curbing global warming and making peace with nature is the greatest collective challenge of mankind. We have no time to lose. Yet over the past decade, the world has achieved significant progress in this area. At COP28 in Dubai, nations united around the goal of phasing out fossil fuels in a just, orderly, and equitable manner. Today, countries, regional organizations, companies, and investors are beginning to recognize a fundamental truth. Embracing the technologies of the future, low on carbon, high on circularity, and responsible resource management, is not an obstacle to growth. It is an opportunity for growth, innovation, and a sustainable future. Now we must build on this momentum. COP30 in Belgium presents a crucial opportunity to reconnect the climate, biodiversity, and pollution agendas into a coherent, integrated approach. President, as we mark the 80th anniversary of our United Nations, let us protect the foundations for peace, human rights, and development. The norms and the principles are not the problem. They are just as relevant for the world today as they were back then. What does deserve scrutiny is the system we have established to protect and enforce these norms and principles. And that is what the UN 80 is all about. Let us make sure that these principles apply for all people, everywhere, all the time, so that in another 80 years, future generations do not have to build a new version from the ashes of another devastating world war. It is up to us to find the answers that fit the 21st century. But when it comes to the core purpose, we should take the cue from our founders. We are, indeed, better together.
Je remercie le...
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Norway. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. We will continue the general debate tomorrow at 9 a.m. in this hall. The meeting is adjourned.